Today. I'm excited to be here. I'm about to roll through the bank now and deposit a bunch of rent checks, Tim. So it's great being a real estate investor.
Nice. Yeah, and Ross, I've known Ross for a long time. I think we go back over 10 years now. Yeah, Ross is a very successful investor. Has very awesome community of real estate investors on Connected Investors. Definitely check out his bio. Follow him. Click on the bell button. Any of the speakers that you hear that you resonate with, and make sure you click on the bell button, so that way, not just follow them, but click on the bell button, so that way whenever they are in a room, it'll notify you, and you can go in there and hear what they have to share. And what I love about Clubhouse is that you have very, very successful entrepreneurs and celebrities coming in and just completely open and sharing with you their absolute best stuff. So definitely follow them. Thanks, Ross. All right, Ian, you're next, buddy.
What's up, Clubhouse? What's up, Tim? How are you?
Doing good, buddy. Yeah, so happy to see you on here and joining us today.
Yeah, man, you guys have been running some marathons. Yesterday, Zach was like, "Oh, we're not going to go all day. We're just going to go for a couple hours." Like 7.5 hours later, I'm still on the line at my phone, playing with my little girl. But anyway, I'm Ian Flanagan out of Dallas, Texas. I've been in real estate about 15 years. I really cut my teeth on the investing side of the business. Wholesaling, started raising private capital, partnered with some guys that had piles of money. And we started rehabbing houses, and I tried to scale that and realized real quickly that I did not want to try to scale a high volume rehab business because we had no cash flow coming in. We had borrowed money that was out. We almost went bankrupt. Finally, out of that model and went into a seller financing model. From about 2010 to 2016, we bought hundreds of houses with private capital, then sold them on wrap mortgages. So when that topic comes up, maybe we can dig down into it a little bit further. I was selling notes to hedge funds. We were operating like a hedge fund because we were borrowing capital, arbitraging that capital, and then clipping a higher percentage coupon on the back end. So the market really shifted. I noticed my marketing budgets were increasing, and Dallas is one of those hyper markets. So there's a lot of people that entered the market, and then the big real estate investing companies here were increasing their marketing budgets. So I noticed whenever I was showing up to a property or my acquisitions guy was showing up, there was 3 people there before us and then 3 or 5 people after us. And I was like, man, we've got to make a shift here. So 3 years ago, I shifted into the more residential real estate side, which is just the sales side, the transaction side. And I've been able to find a model that has helped me scale my team of real estate agents and get paid on hundreds of transactions per month. So I'm still very active as an investor, but I play on both sides of the track. But I cut my teeth in the investing world. I love helping people and sharing what I've learned over the years. So thanks, guys.
Awesome, Ian. Yeah, there's always questions about whether or not someone need a real estate license to do the business. So whenever that questions come up, I'd love for you to share your perspective on that.
100%.
All right, thanks, buddy. Rod Long, we'll go to you next, sir. Yeah, fellow Houstonian real estate investor.
Yes. Yes. Good morning, everybody. Tim, great to be here. So a little bit about me. I got started in real estate in about 2015. I know that's not a long time, but I was very hungry and very desperate. And so I achieved some unusual success pretty quickly and just decided to sell the ranch and didn't look back. And we were able to build something pretty significant in a short time. I started with wholesaling, eventually moved on to set our sights on some commercial and other things, but my marketing has pretty much stayed the same since I started. I think I started with just going through neighborhoods that I was farming. I was leaving sticky notes on doors. I learned how to do mailing, and I started mailing. And then, I was working Facebook, Craigslist. I was doing all of that stuff. Today, just to fast forward, I am doing text first, and then we're doing cold calling, and then we're mailing. And that has been our bread and butter for probably the last 3 or 4 years. And it has been working ever since. But that's our marketing strategy. Is if anyone wants details on exactly what we're doing, I do have a trading platform called the Six Figure Wholesaler. And you can just go to my bio and just hit me up on Instagram. I also do a lot of free training calls. And so, if you're out there and you're just starting, you want to just jump into wholesaling, or you want to just jump into real estate, just hit me up on Instagram. I have a lot of free resources. So.
That's awesome. All right, Rod. Thanks, buddy. Okay, Team Luna, another fellow Houstonian.
Hey, Tim. Hey, guys. Thanks for having me on. It's my first time jumping on something on Clubhouse. I was just kind of sit in the back room and listen and whatnot. So thanks for pinging me this morning. Guys, a little bit about my background. I've been in real estate for about 10 years now. Jumped into the investing side about 7 years ago when got tired of showing people 7, 8, 10 houses and them not making offers. So figured there's got to be an easier way to do this. Decided to get out and heard some people talking about drive for dollars. I drove around Houston, looked at a few properties and got some addresses. And my first wholesale deal, I flipped a little piece of land in downtown Houston for $40K. And I was like, well, now let's figure out how to do this thing on a larger scale. So started doing letter writing campaigns, just kept doing drive for dollars. then kind of evolved into, like Kim had mentioned, I do a lot of, I'll text blast, I'll call, and I'll direct mail as well until I get the owner. But after 2017, after Harvey came through, I started missing out on deals, single family deals. So I kind of shifted into multifamily. So I probably one of the larger multifamily people that sell properties here in Houston over the last 3 years. I specialized anywhere from 5 units all the way up to 100. In 2018, I wholesaled 22 contracts. Now we're actually purchasing and cherry picking deals now. So we got 28 units in Alvin, 22 units in League City, and we're working on 8 units in Alvin as well, right down the road from our 28 units. So, we still wholesale, but sometimes we just kind of cherry pick the deals that we don't want. And then we're also doing some flips as well. So we still kind of stay transactional with the wholesaling stuff. It's kind of a consistent thing that we do. So you guys got any questions, anything, I'd be happy to help. I have a buyer's list of over 80,000 people nationwide. When I send stuff out, I usually sell it within, 48, 72 hours, maybe. Sometimes it takes a week, but not all deals are great, right?
Right.
You guys got any questions? Just raise your hand.
So Tim, give us like your absolute best tip right now.
The best tip, I'll tell you this, the best tip, especially when you're looking at getting deals, getting the sellers, is the follow-up. Create a system, get a CRM, get something that's going to remind you to follow up with that individual in 6 months or 3 months or 2 months. I used to live by the notepad, and I had my notepad, and I'd go through it, and then I'm going, wait a minute, I had to call this person back. Then I got a CRM, and it pings me to the day when I set a task, and I follow up. And I can't tell you, probably in the last year, I've probably got about 8 deals that I've done just off the follow-up that I put in my notes. Hey, call this person back. I put it in my CRM. It pinged me. I called them back, and they're like, hey, thanks for following up. And I was just thinking about you.
That's awesome. Great tip. Thanks, Tim. All right. Melina, yay, fellow Texan. Melina?
Yes, I'm so grateful to be here, Tim. Thank you so much for the invite. So I'm Melina Montalongo, San Antonio, Texas, real estate investor, entrepreneur, mom. And I've been in real estate for about 15 years. And we kind of just, real estate chose us, I say, because we bought our first house. I was 20 years old, and we ended up lease optioning it, renting it, owner financing it. We did every type of strategy on this one house. And anyways, I still have interest in it 15 years later. But real estate to me is a relationship business, 1000%. And so being featured on a national platform was a blessing. And we got to feature our family's flips on Flip This House. And it was really eye-opening. What was so eye-opening about it was that our strengths and our gifts and our weaknesses were featured in a huge way. And so I went into some deep soul searching. And so now I totally understand that real estate's a relationship-based business. And so I'm in the process of continuing that on. What I do locally with my life partner, David, is we purchase lots that we can develop. Our background is in construction, and that's how we got into flipping houses. But so we buy multifamily lots that are MF33. So we buy and build small duplexes and triplexes, and then it's like it's a longer strategy. But we have some investors locally that are I would say we're mentoring and bringing along. And yeah, I'm just in for the networking. I love always networking with you, and I'm available if anybody ever needs support. And I actually have some lots to sell and that need development here in San Antonio. San Antonio is so hot right now that the deals are they're there. It's just challenging, So anyways, I appreciate you having me here, and I'm new to this platform, so I'm not all built out with giveaways and such, but I'm available.
Awesome. Well, Melina, share with us your one best marketing tip for everyone today.
The marketing tip that I use and I really appreciate is direct mail. I use send out cards, and I take image. It's kind of craftsy and mommy, but it works. It's so personable. I take a picture from somebody's Facebook page, put it into a card, and say, "Hey, I hope you're doing awesome," and continue the relationship building. So direct mail, follow up, keeping in touch, sending messages, sending happy birthday, just staying in touch with people and being genuinely concerned, being genuinely approachable for people is important. And I feel like anytime I'm open to that and open to receiving that, people show up for deals, to buy my deals, to sell me deals, and in all sorts of ways. But that's my main tip, is stay open to people, open to connecting with people in a deeper level, in a genuine level.
Awesome, Melina. Okay, thank you so much. All right, guys, I am going to reset the room real quick, just so everyone know where we're at, because I know a lot of people has came on since we last reset the room or introduced the room. So we are at 16. Okay, Mark, can go ahead and mute yourself.
They will escalate it.
Okay, all right. So we are at 69 people right now. Really awesome. Great start. Guys, we have an absolutely amazing panel of experts on the line with us right now. And, they're here to share with you and pour their hearts out, give you the very best stuff. We're going to be talking a lot about marketing today, real estate investing marketing, how to find deals, how to find cash buyers, how to find private money, all aspects of marketing. And and so here's what I need you to do. Click on the plus button on the bottom right of your app. Okay, bottom right of your app, click on the plus button, ping at least 10 of your friends into the room right now. I'm gonna do the same as well. Let me see here. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna go ping them right now. So yeah, so ping at least 10 of your friends to join us. And so second, the speakers, as you guys come in, or as you see people that come in, and you know them, you think that they'll have a lot to give, a lot to share with everyone. If you have the moderator, you can go ahead and bring them up as a speaker. Don't turn them on as a moderator just yet. Just put them on as a speaker, and so that way we can hear from them. We're gonna limit. We're gonna max out on the number of moderator for now. Okay, and so we'll bring them on as a speaker, but not as a moderator. And like I just see one right here, Sean. I'm gonna bring Sean up. So as you see them, you know them, you know that they're gonna give a ton on this call. Bring them up, and then when we go through your introduction, let's just keep it real short. So 30-second introduction, 30 seconds of your one best marketing tips, and then we're gonna open up for questions here. So Gary, we go to you next, sir.
All right. Hey, thanks, Tim, for bringing me on. Richard, Gene, and Mark, great to see you guys in here. I've been connecting with a lot of you guys on Facebook. I'm pretty heavy there. A bit about me is I've studied architecture, Illinois Institute. I've sold and leased commercial and residential properties. I've always loved real estate. And so what I do these days is really try to rethink real estate and from what developers want, what investors want, and actually from a perspective of the family office. It's something that really impacted me over the summer when I started looking into the family office concept. So it really helped me to actually start writing my own family constitution for my family, because I want everyone in my family to not worry about anything and really understand the great value we have for being, born and living in the United States of America, and being really the family for anybody around the world. So I really love that about it. So my tip is, here's something that will really help. So we're talking about real estate investing and all that stuff. There's something out there called the North Star metric. And there's so many things to do in real estate investing. So from a marketing perspective, as you dial in all your processes, you want to find what your North Star metric is, because then you reshift everything to focus on that, right? Because you start drowning in numbers like spread. And And the North Star metric is really that one metric that moves the needle between your claims value and your business value. And you can easily, anybody can look that up on Google. If they just Google North Star metric, it'll give them some context on what that means.
Awesome. Awesome, Gary. Thank you so much, buddy. All right, Gene. Yay. We go to you next. Gene is an absolute amazing real estate investor, assisted living facility owners and operators. Gosh, super excited to have you here, Gene.
Hey, Tim, thank you for the invite. I got to say, this is my first room that I've been able to actually take the invitation up front, and you're doing a great job. So thank you for inviting me.
Yeah, and I forgot to remind everyone. So we are recording this room, and we're streaming it to Facebook as well as to YouTube. And if you guys want to get, yeah, we're gonna get all the notes and everything of ideas that everyone share and resources that they share. If you go to reimastermind.club, you'll be able to join our Facebook group. That's where we're gonna put out all the notes and stuff on there. So sorry to cut you off, Gene. I just want to make sure everyone knows that that we're recording.
Well, great room, and thank you so much for inviting me in, like I said. So I'll just be very brief on what I do. My name is Gene Garino, and I focus on a lot of different things, but I'm known as the residential assisted living guy. We repurpose single-family homes for assisted living. Tremendous industry to be in right now, and it's a great way to play the real estate part because you can get twice the market rent with long-term leases, so it works out really well real estate-wise. From a marketing standpoint, boy, we do a lot of different things, but I'm going to say right now what's working the best for us is videos, and we just shot some over the weekend. Very excited about, but even just short form videos that show a heart, show humor, and getting those out, that's really the best way to go. But I'm just going to make a prediction, everybody. A year from now, 2 years from now, Clubhouse is going to be the place to be, no matter what you do, and I'm very, very excited about that. But thanks for having me in, Tim.
Awesome. Well, yeah, thanks for the, that sort of boost of trust in Clubhouse, because I'm going all in. I'm doing this this show for daily for this entire week. So we'll we'll have a lot of fun.
I wish I could just put all 8 hours in every day doing it, but I'm popping in where I can, and I appreciate you inviting me in.
Thanks, Gene. Gene, well, actually, before I let you get off, can you share with everyone like your one best marketing tip?
Yeah, I'm going to say the videos. When I say videos, meaning something that is very catchy right up front and that people will watch, whether it's 10 seconds, 30 seconds, or a minute. It's working much better than everything else. We have a large list that we market to, but when we're going out for the general market, so videos. I'm not a quantity guy when it comes to the real estate. It's all about the quality. So that house itself, I can have one house that can get twice the market rent, which gives me the profit of 10 or 15 houses. So conceptually, it's not the quantity, it's the quality. So what I'm looking for is, certain people in certain niches, and videos is what's really working the best for me.
Awesome. Thanks, Gene. All right, Steve, we'll go to you next, sir.
Hey, what's going on, Tim? I'm glad to be here at the Texas Real Estate Investor today. So I feel like I'm one of the few people that's not there. I'm in Indiana. So, hey guys, I'm Steve Richards, and I'm based out of Indianapolis, Indiana. And I own a small portfolio of businesses, 7 right now. Been in the business world for getting close to 23 years. Flipped about 1,000 houses, and somewhere in the middle, I figured out how to start doing it as an employee of myself and basically owning a job. And I get out of the day to day. And so now I just work a few hours a week in our real estate business. In fact, Gene, business number 8 or 9, if we can ever get some land offer accepted, my business partner, who that side of things, I probably won't ever run into you, but is in your academy already. So we're hoping to break ground on some REIs this year. So that may be business 8 or 9. But my thing is systems, KPIs, and people. In fact, 2 of the businesses we run help people grow from being a hustler to being a CEO, and another one helps people build teams. And so if there's anything that I can help with, it's that. And so in my bio, if you guys text me, that'll get you in a loop where I can send you a free training on KPIs. It'll help you go from, if you're tracking your bank balance as your main KPI to figuring out how to turn your business into a math equation. And I'll tell you this, I'm going to get a little technical, Tim, with marketing, because everything else everybody already said. And our general marketing and our real estate business is about the same, but this is something that works in every one of our businesses. When we're working on a smaller list and we want to say it's buyers for a property, or say it's agents for a specific deal for a flip that we have listed, or coaching clients, if we want to invite them to a webinar, or, coaching prospects, we will we'll take variable text. So you guys know how you can use an email editor and use variable text to put their first name in it. So instead of saying, hi, this is so-and-so, it says, hey, Tim, right? You can use that variable text in the subject line. And so we put a piece of data into the subject line that they'll recognize. And then when we send the email, we'll drop a ringless voicemail right behind it. Now, obviously, you got to have their phone numbers, but we'll drop a ringless voicemail that says, hey, this is so-and-so, just sent you an email. I've been having trouble with email deliverability. I wanted to make sure you got it. If you can, do me a favor, go check your email right now and reply back and let me know that you got it. And we don't say, hey, call me, or we brilliant. Just let me know if you got that email, please. And so we have been able to push read rates on emails from between 25 and 35% to up to 80 or 90% when we do those two things: variable text in the subject line, dropped with an RVM behind it, and we use it as a re-engagement in list too. So happy to help. I'm excited to be here. Listen, I've been spending more time on Clubhouse than I thought I would, but I want to feel guilty. I feel like I should feel guilty about it, but I don't. I've been having a lot of fun.
Yeah, you and man, you're one of the best givers that I know. I've heard a ton of really great tips and strategies, and that you've been sharing. And you were on until you and Brian, how late were you guys on last night?
Oh man, Brian's my brother from another mother. I was telling him last night, this is funny. Everyone on here will think you guys will relate. I was telling him last night that I feel like, after 2008, 2009, I was looking at I've been in real estate around 2014, it had been 10 years. And I was thinking through 2008 and 9, it really feels like 30. So it was like dog years. But I have this thing in my head now, Clubhouse years. And although I've only been on for 2 weeks, it feels like 2 months. And I literally never met Brian in my life. And last night we were, rapping on a small Clubhouse room like we had known each other, for years. It was crazy. So I think it was till 2 a.m. my time, after 2.
Wow, you guys are crazy.
Just double down on what Steve just said. It's kind of like the Clubhouse years kind of thing. Steve and I really got to know each other really well, and never met him before in my life. And I've only been on here for 3 or 4 days. And that's the power of this platform. If you utilize it correctly, you can really start to make some really good business contacts through Clubhouse. So it was an honor joining the stage with you yesterday.
Yeah.
I had fun. Tim, you're the reason I know him too.
Oh, right? Awesome.
Tim, you and I've connected multiple times, but the only reason you and I connected again was I think maybe because of Richard. Anyway, if I wanted to contact tracing with COVID, I could trace it back, but it was literally, and I don't know. And now that Zach and I are connected, and I've never talked to Zach Childress.
That's
I've known
awesome.
who he is for years. It's great.
Yeah. It's been an amazing. Clubhouse has been an amazing tool, and audience, you guys, you want to follow the speakers that are on here. They're very successful investors, very successful entrepreneurs. You follow them. And also DM them, really connect with them, build that relationship. There has never been a platform ever before that allows you to get connected with others so easily, so accessible. The last few times that I've been, whether I'm a host, a moderator, even guys like Grant Cardone's drop in, so get connected with him as well. And Perry Belcher, some amazing guys that jump into the room. So definitely make sure you follow the speakers, and connect with them, especially when what they have to share with you resonate with you, because that's the best relationship, is when you have that, when you guys resonate, because when they share with you something, the chance of you taking action on it is really high. So definitely recommend you do that. Richard, we go to you, sir. Oh, go ahead, Steve.
Can I just pop in real quick?
Yeah.
Hey, everybody in the audience, if you guys don't know this yet, what Tim just said, to kind of put a little more juice into that, don't just follow everybody. When you click on their picture, right next to the follow button to the left is a bell. And if you guys don't know, if you click that bell, there's 3 choices: always, sometimes, and never. And what that means is how often you want to be notified when this person becomes a speaker in a room. And so your hallway is formed by who you follow. When you follow people and they go into a room as a speaker, that room will show up in your hallway. So you guys are in control of your hallway, but you're also in control of your notifications. And so when you really like somebody, make sure you put always on. And that way, if you're free, you'll always get notified and you can pop in and listen to them speak.
That's great. Yeah, thanks, Steve. All right, Richard, we'll go to you next, sir.
All right, good morning, everybody. This is Richard Roop with richardroop.com, and excited. Well, obviously, I'm here because it's a marketing topic, and it's because it's you, Tim. And I want to make sure we figure out what you're doing with this recording. That's very creative. My specialty is marketing, direct response marketing consultant for 34 years. Been working with real estate investors on their marketing for 20 years. And if you go to my bio, you'll see a link at rupodia.com/free. I publish free stuff every week. This week it's on raising private money. The week before that was on creating $1 million postcard campaign. So my best tip for marketing is personalize your marketing. So when you create marketing, you have a message, you have a type of media, and then you have a market that you're hitting. When you design your marketing, make it look personal, make it sound personal, make it personal. Okay, it is like I'm working with some people on their ringless voicemail, and we're getting a lot more response just by making the message not sound like an ad. Make it sound like you just sent it to one person. We do that with postcards. We do that with texting, ringless voicemail, emails. Don't ever make it look like you're broadcasting your marketing message if you can avoid it. So merge the data in there, like Steve was saying with the email subject lines. Merge their data in there, and that has worked the best for me on all the marketing campaigns that I've created.
That's awesome, Richard. Thank you so much. So yeah, guys, Richard is known as the absolute marketing genius. So make sure you check on his bio, follow him, click the bell button. All right, Brian, we'll go to you next.
Tim, what's up, man? What's up, group? What's up, Rim? Really love your energy. Tim, I've followed you from a very, very early on in my real estate investing career, 2012, 13, 14, and you were just the guy. You were the guy doing everything, and I'm honored to be in a room with you and honored to have your phone number and jam with you and talk to you just a couple, last night and strategize with you. And it's such an honor being in a room with you and all these incredible moderators. Steve, it was incredible getting to know you last night over a long period of time. We got Mark Pellets in here, Carrie Light, John Jackson. Got some incredible folks, Richard, and I'm excited to get to know some of these other folks. But if you're listening to this right now, make sure you are following these unbelievable people when it comes to the real estate space. And what Clubhouse has done, it truly has leveled the playing field. It truly has made it to where you can go out here and have a personal conversation with a Tim Mai, with a Richard Roop, with a Mark Pellets, and it's just, it's one of the, and I resisted this for so long, and this is only my 3rd or 4th day on here, and I'm blown away by the power of this platform. But very quickly on me, I got started in 2012, wholesaled my first deal, made $10,000. It changed my life, not the money, the mindset shift completely changed my life, and have been wholesaling ever since, but really kind of went into some other spaces. I own a series of real estate investment clubs throughout the Southeast. I founded the brand REI Live, and we've got some REI Live folks on here, which I'm excited about. But for me, my number one marketing tip, it's always been, if you go back and you look at marketing books, and the number one form of marketing has been and always will be word of mouth. And the reason that is because when you refer someone to someone else, you get their endorsement. You get their ringing endorsement. If someone tells you to go buy something, or someone you trust, someone you know, like, and trust tells you to go buy something, tells you to get this book, tells you to go see this particular doctor, you are going to do that because you trust that person. And it has nothing to do with the price, has nothing to do with anything except the fact that you know and you trust the person who's telling you. And for me, I've built my entire business around networking, and that's all it is. And so even when it comes to my wholesale business, which is about 3 to 5% of my total income, I don't spend hardly any time wholesaling. I only do about 20 deals a year, but every one of the deals I do is with zero paid marketing. It's just through nurturing relationships. It's nurturing relationships through turnkey buyers that I've had over the years that end up wanting to sell. It's nurturing relationships with brokers, real estate agents, networking at real estate events, and just telling other people to send me your deals because I've got buyers. And I just spend most of my time when it comes to wholesaling, texting and emailing, and that's it. And I'm just putting deals together, and I do only about 20 deals a year. I'm not trying to, wholesaling is a very tiny part of my business, but I just wholesaled 2 deals last week, make about $25,000, and it takes me hardly any time at all to do that. So that's my number one marketing tip: network, but network the right way. Most people don't know what it is like to network, don't know what that actually means, but truly take an interest in people, truly be there, truly provide value. And that's what I'm here to do today. Appreciate you, Tim, for putting on this room. And I appreciate all the other moderators. I'm looking forward to getting to know you guys the rest of the day.
Awesome. All right. Thank you, Brian. So we're going to do, we're going to switch it around a little bit here. I'm going to reset the room. We're going to take some questions, and then we're going to get back to the speakers introducing themselves. Okay. So, okay, we are now at, let me see, 75 people in the room. Awesome. Thank you so much, guys, for joining us this morning Monday. We're going to talk all about marketing today. And yeah, I'm really excited to have you guys here. So do me a favor, click on the plus button on the bottom right of your screen, and ping at least 10 of your friends into this group. Just really, I'll give you a second to do that. Just ping at least 10 of your friends in this group, so that way they too can get the wisdom that's being shared. We are recording this this call, and then we're also streaming it on my Facebook wall, our Facebook group, as well as YouTube. We're probably not going to keep the recording on those platforms. However, what we are doing is that we are I have a virtual assistant that's going through and taking all the good notes, all of the great ideas, the tips, the tricks, the resources, and share with you in our Facebook group. So go to reimastermind.club, reimastermind.club, so that way, when we post the notes and the mind maps and stuff like that, you get access to that. Okay, so reimastermind.club, invite your friends. And, as you hear from the speakers, all of these guys are very successful investors. So as you hear from them, so that way we can encourage them to share their very best stuff. What I want you to do is, as you hear from them and they share really good stuff that resonate with you, make sure you follow them, make sure you check out their bio, make sure you click on that bell notification button, so that way whenever they're speaking in a room, that it will notify you, so that way you can join the room. Okay, so I'm gonna turn on the hand raise button here. I'm gonna take 3 of you guys on to ask your questions, and then we'll get and then after that we'll revert back to letting the other speakers who haven't had a chance to introduce themselves yet to do that. So you guys ready? 3, 2, 1, go! Okay, as you come on, go ahead and mute yourself. Okay. Okay, let me see. All right, let me see here how many people we have here. Okay, Craig, we'll go to you first. Craig, go ahead and unmute yourself. Yeah, what question you have for our experts today?
Good morning, everyone. I have this past week been bathing and drinking from the knowledge and the fire that you guys are bringing in these rooms about real estate investment. I'm pretty new to it, learning as much as I can. Just wanted to first off say thank you, because I would never have had access to this before, and just had the context of hearing people's passion just by reading someone's bio on LinkedIn or something. So thanks for that. And I followed most of you here and on Instagram. My question is I'm doing a deep dive and learning more about technology and how that is potentially disrupting, at least from my perspective on the outside looking in, disrupting real estate industry that maybe, and correct me if I'm wrong, but maybe has lagged behind a little bit in the past. And I'd love to hear, as a software developer and a creative entrepreneur, I'd love to hear some opinions on how you see technology being used, and if there's an opportunity for someone like myself or for others to disrupt the industry at this point in time.
Wow, that's okay. So how do you see software disrupting our real estate industry? Is that correct? Does that kind of summarize it up?
Yeah, thank you. You said it faster than I could, so thanks for that.
Awesome. Okay, let me see who experts. Which one do you want to take that on?
I can try.
Okay, Steve.
Hey, Tim.
Oh,
thanks.
Gary. Yeah.
Yeah, I can help. Craig, great to meet you. One of the things I had actually mentioned, so as a software developer, you would know this more than I did, but I took the North Star metric. You heard of that from Growth Hackers?
I have not. Like I said, I'm just kind of, I know what I know, and I know a lot that I don't know. So I'm open to all paths at this point.
Okay, so a real good case study for you to look at to see how these, because like Redfin had tried with realtors, right? It's a very local business, it's National Association of Realtors is like the largest association body across the United States among most professionals. And it's been one of the hardest for software developers to try to crack. So that businesses have still stayed strong. Agents have stayed very relevant. But if you look at how, like, go to Redfin and study how they have failed, and then look at Zillow and see how they have won, I think that'd be a pretty good way for you to try to understand how to do it, because real estate's a very relationship style business and it's very local. So people to people is very important. I think that's why a lot of software companies have failed at that. So just wanted to add that, and I hope that helps you.
Yeah, definitely. I've been following I believe there's an NAR lawsuit that's happening, and just been looking at those companies. I can definitely say that that's at the scale that I probably am not ready to tackle or would never tackle, of the size and the scope of those companies. I was thinking more agile and lean software that makes realtors' lives and creates them more as an ally, because I just love the space from that side. So if that adds any context, I really appreciate that.
Yeah, one person you should try to reach out to wherever you can find him. His name is Eric Swanson. He's an owner of FreedomSoft, and he's built he's a real estate investor himself. He's built a product that real estate investors love, and he's not huge like Zillow, but he's gained a really big share of the market across the United States with his company. He's very good at what he does.
Thank you.
I'll give you a little bit more, a bigger, Tim, if I can jump in.
Yes,
cool?
Yes, definitely.
And so, who am I talking to? Sorry, I was off. I had my phone
Craig.
in my pocket. Craig. Hey, Craig, this is Steve Richards, up next to Gary. Hey, so if you want to check out a book called The Future is Faster Than You Think, it's by Peter Diamandis. That'll really blow your mind, probably. Maybe not. Maybe you're already tracking with the stuff. But as a bigger view, I think a lot of people are like, what's going to happen with the market? And, what's this NAR? I mean, this NAR stuff that's going on right now was going on 10 or 12 years ago. That's why Zillow and Redfin even existed, because another iteration of this and having to unlock data sharing. And, they had a 10-year deal or whatever. And that's going to be ongoing. And I do agree there's kind of a cartel with real estate commissions. And by the way, one of the companies we own is a brokerage, so I'm not knocking realtors by any means. It's a big piece of our business. But I'll say this: if you're in the longer view, here's what's really going to disrupt: AR, VR, travel. Travel is going to be a huge one. So if you guys haven't seen Uber Air, they're already planning. I don't know how much the pandemic will slow them down. They were already planning to be in air in California and Texas this year. They've got 3 manufacturers approved to build their drone type vehicles that can take 4 passengers. They're supposed to be able to travel 150 miles an hour and be able to transport 1,000 people an hour back and forth. They've already got renderings of converting parking garages, the rooftops, to landing pads. Some of the things Musk is working on, the Boring Company, the tubes underground, there's already 12 of those being worked on. Hyperloops, they're very similar to subways. The real estate, there's 2 things that are going to happen in real estate that are a really big deal. And one of them is that you're not going to need to live where you work and play, because travel will become so fast and so cheap and so easy that all this land that's far away that people don't want to live, 2 hours away, when that becomes a 30-minute commute and you're doing it in an autonomous vehicle and you can work while you're doing it, probably watching a movie or on Wi-Fi, that's not like the Jetsons. That's in 8 to 10 years. And so we can all worry about the next 2 or 3 years, which we should, but in an 8 to 10 year time frame, the market's going crazy. And I'll tell you, the other piece of it is that when cars change over to autonomous driving, that's another huge thing that's going to happen, because there's already REITs and large operators that are buying up parking lots because they're going to reclaim a lot of land, because we're just not going to need all the parking lots and parking garages. That's going to open up in urban areas a lot. There's going to be a lot of change with that. And then if you're young enough, I'm 46, I'm probably in the middle to not really care, but 20 or 30 years from now, I mean, the new space race is Musk and Bezos. Musk is trying to populate Mars and Bezos is trying to populate the moon. And that sounds really crazy, but that's like 2030, 2040. What's real estate then, right? So I don't think you guys should all live and dream on all that stuff. But the reality is some of the people in this clubhouse in this room will be a part of things like that. And so if that book will be a great primer for all that stuff I talked about, and it goes into 3D printing. I mean, people are already 3D printing apartments in 2 weeks or less at like 10, 15% of the cost. So there's a lot that is changing before us, and it's already happening, but people don't really have their eye on that.
Awesome, man. I took a deep dive into the Black Mirror side of things. So, facial recognition technology, I'm looking at prop tech. I'm just kind of learning a lot about this on all spectrums. I'm just kind of looking at the back half of my life, taking my experiences, where can I apply it? And we're just so, my wife and I are just so excited about real estate industry. So thanks for the perspective.
So Craig, I mean, I'm checking out your profile, and you have some really, like big players that follow you. So give us a little background about you.
I try and be really respectful of these rooms, but just in short, I feel like I've gone from, I used to be a service provider in graphic design, so I'm an expert in branding, logo design, 3D animation. Then I got into event photography for a while. I have a bad habit of turning hobbies into businesses. Then after that, I found out about entrepreneurship, at least in my world. From scratch, built a graphic design automation tool that was recently exited. And also now I'm creating more applications, but I've found along the way that we've also just kind of done buy and hold by accident, just saying we can leverage our money. And now I'm just looking at the next steps of where I can apply my creativity, my knowledge about branding and design and marketing, and my knowledge about automation and building software, and apply that to the real estate space. So hopefully that was succinct enough. That's what I'm kind of looking to do next.
That's awesome. Thanks, Craig. All right, cool. Well, have you gotten the answer you needed today?
Oh, definitely. I mean, ongoing conversation for sure, but I just love being part of the conversation and kind of hearing the topic. So thanks.
Awesome, Craig. Thanks for coming on, and thanks for joining us today. Christina, we'll go to you. What question do you have for our experts today?
Hi, good morning, everyone. I'm very honored to be in this Clubhouse group, seeing some greatness on here. We're from Boston, Massachusetts, my husband and I. We actually are real estate investors, and we're asking about different marketing approaches. We spoke a bit last night about really like personalizing, and I really appreciate everyone speaking on the personalization, because it's very easy to just send postcards and all of that and give phone calls and do the skip tracing, but sometimes with the skip tracing we find that we bump into a lot of like not in service phone calls, or so we're looking for that next step in terms of mailing out to potential motivated sellers. And we wanted to see what type of ideas you had for personalization marketing. And also, because we also network as well, but my husband and I also wanted to really get in touch with someone in regards to contracts, and specifically as wholesalers, since we're selling the contract and not the property, we wanted to make sure someone had a great overview on what we were writing and sending out to our sellers. So we just wanted to ask those questions. Hopefully someone can help us.
Okay, so the first question was how to personalize your marketing message. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And then the second question was?
The second question was in regards to contracts and overviews as a real estate investor versus with an attorney, with a real estate attorney.
Okay, yeah, so contract overview with a real estate attorney for investor. Okay, great. Yeah. All right, who wants to take on either one of those questions?
Tim, I can kind of jump on kind of both those questions. I did a lot of drive for dollars, a lot of direct mail, years ago here in Houston. In terms of personalizing it, I mean, my stuff was very standard. I actually got a printer that looked as if it was handwritten, but I had the same message. Would you consider selling your property at blank? And I would leave the space, and I would write that in. I would write that in handwritten, and it would just say, "Would you consider selling your property at 123 Main Street? To me, a cash buyer, cash investor for a quick sale," and then it would sign it. You can personalize that just a little bit more, but where I found my success was the way it was delivered, right? So I started doing a lot of research and found that most people open their mail Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. If you got mail Thursday or Friday or Saturday, they usually didn't look at it until the next week. So here in Houston, what I would do, one, I went to Sam's and I bought the letters that are longer than the envelopes that are longer than the bills, right? That stuck out further, look, further than a wedding invitation. And then I would mail on Friday or Saturday. That way they got the mail in Houston and Meyerland or, wherever I was mailing to Monday or Tuesday. So my response rate was pretty high because one, my envelope stuck out further than everything else. So you opened it, but I would also handwrite all of my envelopes. Now that is time consuming. I did have my mom help me out. But still, I had a really good response rate. On average, I would send out about 200, 300 letters. I get 30 or 40 responses and maybe 7 to 10 deals out of that. And again, not a lot of people were doing it that back then, but you can still have that kind of success as long as you personalize it and use the statistics in your favor to kind of push things toward what you're wanting to do, attract people's attention with the longer envelopes, things like that, et cetera. On the second part, you're in Boston, Massachusetts, Houston, Texas. I know every state pretty much has kind of different, contracts. TREC here, regulates all of our stuff. I'm a licensed agent. An assignment contract, I mean, a lot of it is the verbiage, right? And or signs, your name and or signs. Like my LLC, one of my LLCs is Luna's Lakeside Investments. So if I'm writing a single family contract, it's Luna's Lakeside Investments and or signs. And, when you're talking to a seller, you have to present the right way. You have to say, look, the assignment comes in where, I'm ultimately going to buy this property under a different LLC, which I do for all my properties, which is true. So that's why you put the assignment in there, because you want to give yourself the right to assign it. If not, you have to double close it, which means you're going to have 2 title policies, 2 sets of closing costs, which if you don't write the other contract correctly on the back end, it's going to cost you money. So I know it's kind of a long answer for you, but you kind of asked a long question. So, but I would definitely maybe get with a real estate attorney, a local real estate attorney. The main thing is you want to give yourself a long enough option period and a long enough close time to where you don't find yourself in a situation where you're losing earnest money or being sued for specific performance, or in other words, not closing on the property if you can't find a buyer.
I really answered a lot of our questions. We're actually going for our real estate license as well, so we're in the process of trying to legalize everything, and it is legal and all that, but I appreciate it.
That's awesome. Yeah. So Christina, I'll share as well. When I first started real estate investing, one of the things that I did that was so helpful, and my mentor was the one that pointed me to do this. But basically, I went to the Realtor bookstore to get a book on my state-specific contract, and in that book, it goes through and explain every single paragraph in my state contract, and the state contract is very thorough. It's like 9 pages long, and it goes through every single one of those paragraphs and explain what it means. And so by doing that, it got me very comfortable, very confident when it comes to contracts. So I highly recommend that you do that. So yeah, go to the bookstore for your realtors in your area. Get your get a book on contract for your specific state by your real estate commission in your state. So yeah, Christina, do you feel you have your questions answered today?
Yeah, definitely. We did reach out with a local attorney here, a well-known local real estate investor savvy attorney, because I know that's really important. We haven't gotten in contact, but we'll try to reach out again, or we'll reach out to another savvy one as well. We appreciate everything. Thank you so much.
That's awesome. All right, Christina, I'm gonna move you to the audience. Okay, so I'm gonna do something a little bit different. So as whenever there's a question, I'm gonna have experts. I'm gonna have you guys like flash your mic, and then we'll pick we'll pick 3 of you, so that way we know who's coming up next to answer. Okay, so Rod, we go to you next, sir. What questions do you have for our experts?
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you to Tim and the rest of the moderators in this group. It's, man, people are learning tons every moment here. So I have an exciting 2-home oceanfront project in the Turks and Caicos. We're looking for a $1.25 million joint venture partner. Essentially, we put in the land. They would provide the capital for the build out of the homes. Describing the land, it's in a perfect location. It's oceanfront, close to the airport, shopping, restaurants. It is shovel ready. Turks and Caicos is a draw for a lot of people, a lot of celebrities. There's no property taxes. There's no income taxes there. I guess my question today is I'm just looking for advice on how to best go about attracting the right joint venture partner.
All right, great question. Experts? Is it Rod? Is it just limited to joint venture partners, or like passive investors as well, or private lenders?
Yeah, we're open to any ideas. We set out on this as wanting a joint venture partner, but we're essentially open to anything right now. We're COVID has definitely slowed us down. It's limited us from being down there full time and different things like that. But we're open to any ideas anyone would have.
Okay, great, Rod. Okay, Gene, I saw you flashing your mic. Anyone else wants to take on this? Gary, okay. All right, Gene, you go first, sir.
Yeah, first question is, do you own the land free and clear, or is that already have a lien on it?
No, the land is 100% free and clear. We purchased it. It was one lot. We purchased it in 2018. It took us a good year to get it subdivided. So we do have 2 titles now on the one lot.
Got it. So Just basic questions. I'll just run down. Do you have a PPM to raise capital right now?
No, that's something we need help with too.
So first thing you need is a good business plan. You need a PPM. That document itself, that private placement memorandum is PPM, is going to allow you to bring in those outside investors. And frankly, 1.6 million, I think is what you said, easy to raise when you got a great project. So
yeah, it's 1.25. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's a small amount of money. One person can do that, or a group of people, but solid business plan, PPM, get ready to present, and you should be good to go.
Excellent, thank you.
Awesome, Gene. Okay, Gary, you want to chime in?
Yeah, I want to know. So, one thing you could do, because this has been a new service I've been adding because of I had multiple campaigns I ran last 2 quarters of 2020, and I found there was a big need out there for real estate developers to raise capital. So I think it's very good to check out what Gene had recommended, because there's so many people out there that want to do deals and have the capital to do it. There's just a number of ways to, and so I have a network of real estate developers and real estate investors across the country. But from what I found, a couple questions you can try to figure out with your network or when you talk to people is just go through your network and message like in such a way that you have an opportunity for people to where you can text them, because you want to you never know what people are interested to do. And I've learned a lot of these investors and developers that I've connected with, a lot of them have so many other businesses and then other clients and then other people to refer to. So there's really there's a great strategies you can be implementing to kind of go through that relationship capital. And it's really just finding their investment approach, because there's lots of people out there with private equity and they're just looking for opportunities, but it's just a matter of finding out what their investment approach is and what they'd like to do with it. So I hope that helps.
Yeah, thank you. A quick question for Gene. If you do a PPM and I attracted one investor or was just looking for a straight one person to come in, do I still need to do that?
Gene? I mean, no. I don't think so. If it's just one, but I'm not an expert at that. So, anyone else knows about how many investors before you required to do a full blown PPM?
Okay. Yeah, it's something I'll have to check out. So
yeah,
appreciate it. Yeah. So,
excellent. All right, Rod.
One thing, I'll just chime back in. Rod, if you reach out and DM to me, I can connect you with a few financial advisors that have been raising money for developers. They have a couple different strategies in the way they do it, and they have some pretty wealthy networks, and they've been doing it. And there's laws out there to where you can raise private money. It's just different in different states on different rules you have to follow. But if you reach out, I'm in California. I've had a couple that are raising money for real estate developers, and there's just lots of different ways to go about it. Happy to connect you with a couple I know.
Thank you, Gary. I certainly appreciate it.
Awesome.
Hey, Tim, do you care if I hop in here real quick and just give them some advice on that?
Yes. Go ahead, Brent.
Okay, so my name is Brent Franklin. I'm a real estate investor over here in the Houston market, and I've got a pretty good amount of knowledge whenever it comes to raising capital, because I took my real estate investing and I still do a ton of flips. I've done new builds, and I got into flipping oil and gas wells. So whenever you get into that, you start getting into different legalities of what you can do as far as raising capital. When you're dealing with fee simple real estate and you're selling something, then you don't have to file that PPM, because you actually already own it. You really only need to file it whenever you're looking to actually just raise the money. So there's a big difference in raising capital and actually selling something that you already own. And I had an attorney go through this. There's a company called Regulation D Resources. They're out of Dallas. And what they do is they file a 506C, which is a Reg D.
which lets the SEC know that you're giving a public offering for something, but you're only required to do it, to the best of my knowledge, at over $2 million for the deal. And so for your project, if you've got the land already set up, something that has helped me a lot in raising money for my projects that I did was every one of the investors that came to me, they wanted to know what kind of skin in the game I had. So I never really went to just one investor for a full project. I usually found one person to actually joint venture with. And then, we only offered a small percentage of what our deal was. But as far as real estate and, investing, I think that you might be better off more finding just private capital, not necessarily just a partner, but maybe just getting a loan off the land, and then kind of just do your value add from there. You don't necessarily have to take on a partner and give away part of your equity or anything like that. I think that you can probably, if you've already got, the game plan set aside and a detailed business plan with projections that you can show to people, I think that you're gonna save yourself a lot of money, because there's a lot of money that's sitting out there. And versus, some people would disagree, but you go back a couple of years ago and you go to companies like Quest Trust Company or Mid-Atlantic or any of these IRA companies or trust companies. There's a lot of people that are sitting there that have never done a deal, and there's a lot of money, and they were kind of pitching them, hey, you need to get 12 and 14% on your money. So maybe if you gave away a little bit of interest plus just a little kickback off of either the sale. What do you plan to do with the property whenever you're done with it? Are you going to refinance it? Are you going to sell it? Are you going to hold it?
Well, the beautiful thing about it is we don't have to make that decision as of right now. Where the rental market down there is incredible. Like our target rents are going to be about $1,500 a night per house. And that's kind of below market value down there right now. It's rentals down there are fabulous. So our theory is don't kill the goose that lays the golden egg. So we don't, in a perfect world, we don't want to sell them. We're actually thinking maybe selling one of the houses, keeping one for rentals. So it depends on at this point, it depends on the person that goes into it with us or the group. Let them help make that decision. So that's the way we've kind of left it right now.
Okay. So what I would definitely do is I would put the options on paper. I would say, hey, I would build a pro forma with option A, B, and C. Because when I invest in something personally, and I might have some capital to put into this deal, if you want to talk outside of this room, we can talk into that too. But whenever I go into a deal, I like knowing my options, and options is what's carried me through my entire real estate career. Is whenever I'm investing in something, I want to know, A, what is my collateral? B, who am I dealing with and how much skin in the game do they have? And then C, what's my exit strategy or my exit strategy options? If I go and I put $1 million into a deal, I want to know how long my money's going to be tied up. What's the risk of me losing my money? I want to know everything that's on the table when you start getting these, 7-figure development deals. And the cost of money right now, I don't know as far as lending about, banks or refinancing down there, but, institutional money and bank money right now seems to be pretty cheap. So if you're into the deal, at 8 or 10% interest, and you've got somebody that's in there, I mean, your cash flow, it's a lot easier for me to just say, hey, let's just hold it on the bank's money and let me free up my liquidity to go back into doing more projects. Because once you start this project, you never know the relationships you're gonna get into while you're there or while your teams are there, and you never know what else is going to become available to do. So I would definitely have a refinance option. If it sounds like to me that you want to hold the property, and I've got investors that will give the money up for short term, 12 months, 24 months, but they don't want to be in it the rest of their life. So I would definitely get those options on paper. But as far as actually just raising the capital, it's $2 million or less. And if you own something, you can turn around and sell it, or you could even probably turn around and syndicate this out to a group of investors. And I could probably point you in the right direction of a group of guys that's all they do is they've got an investment club, and all they do is look for deals, and they kind of syndicate it together. So they just try to find something where they can, kind of group fund it. But they've already got an accredited company. So, who you reach out to, accredited versus non-accredited, makes a difference. And then the amount of capitals, you're looking for makes a difference whenever it comes to the, legalities of, private placement memorandums and the 506C. But if you just wanted somebody to just raise the capital for you, Reg D Resources, they could do that for you. And I could also put you in contact with some groups.
That's awesome, Brent.
Do it for you.
All
Can't
right.
say thank you enough. Appreciate it.
Awesome, Rod. Yeah. So will you serve well today, Rod?
Tim, just to finish that up, I just want to encourage you, if you're looking to raise capital or do something with any project, you should always decide what you want first before you're offering options to other people. So that way the options will be in alignment with what it is you're looking to get out of the deal. Just wanted to add that in.
Great tip, Gene. Great tip. Awesome. Wow.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. So Rod, I hope you were taken care of today. I'm going to move you to the audience now, sir.
Hey, Tim. I was listening in to the question before, and I was listening to the other Tim. I don't know your last name. Sorry.
Luna.
I was listening to you talk about the direct mail campaign for the lady that was asking about, who she should market to. I just did a ton of direct mail and had a really, really good result. And I agree with his handwritten letters. And I know that he mentioned that he used to do that some time ago. Now there are actually very, very affordable companies that you can hire. And I could also leave those references too. If anybody just needs the information, you could just DM me. But we outsourced to a company that we use different colored envelopes because it's always something that attracts the eye. So we used a red, white, and blue envelope. We used a red envelope, and we'll put attention stickers on the envelopes. And inside, we actually have notebook paper. It's printed notebook paper, but it's notebook paper, and all of our letters are handwritten. And we automatically generate the offer. I know the gentleman said that he went through and he would go and handwrite. Handwriting those can be very, very time consuming. But it just depends on your budget to be able to do this. But something that I found is what we did is we just put the tax rolls into that offer, and we could do plus or minus. We used a company called Real Acquisitions, but we could actually pick, and we would put, plus 10,000, plus 5%, plus 10%, on the tax rolls, and it would just stick the tax roll number in there. And our letter that we had, it was written out. It's very simple. I could just read it to you. It says, "Hi, Cody. My name is Brent Franklin. I'm a local investor, and I've been buying and selling properties in the area for the past 7 years. I've helped many homeowners in difficult situations and through difficult times, whether I bought their property or not. But what I'm looking to do is increase property values in the neighborhood that you live in and help people get top dollar for their property, coming zero out of pocket. If you're interested in a premium top dollar for your property in as-is condition, meaning you won't have to make any repairs, please reach out to me. I'm not a realtor. I'm not licensed, and you won't be required to pay any fees, closing costs, or pay me whatsoever for anything for the call. So I look forward to speaking with you if you have any interest at all. Thanks, Brent." And it's got my contact information, and it's just literally a little yellow piece. It looks like a legal pad, but it's a little yellow piece. And I sent out 3,000 of those and bought 7 houses off of them, but I sent them to areas that really nobody else was marketing to. And some people would probably disagree with how I did it. Everybody wants to go to a list, right? They say, "Hey, I'm going to look up the divorce list," or they're going to use some sort of list that's pulled. Well, I just sent mine out to an area that was kind of a lower end market, but it was highly appreciating. It's the Conroe, Texas market, just north of the Woodlands, just north of Houston. And I sent it out to just everybody. And all of the houses that I bought off that last batch, and we're getting ready to send out another 15,000 of them. Every one of those houses that I bought, not one of them was on a pre-foreclosure list, and not one of them was in any kind of distress. I was just able to give them a little bit, better offer than what they thought that they could get, because the appreciation in their area happened so quickly. So that was kind of like a little market that nobody was fishing, in my opinion. And I think that those versus the other mailers that I've done, I had a better result in being able to do that. But I sat down one day and I sat there and I wrote all those letters.
Hey, Brent. Dude, you dropped some really great bombs. Thank you so much. I'm gonna reset the room real quick, kind of lay the ground rules. We have a lot of experts on the line. We have a lot of people, investors that wants to ask the questions, and so we just due to time. I love what you're sharing. Definitely, just due to time, we're gonna make it quick, punchy. 30 seconds kind of a share. Okay.
Gotcha.
All right, buddy. Thank you so much. All right, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. We have an incredible room. There's definitely like tens of millions of dollars assets under management just on the panel right now. And so absolutely amazing. Do me a favor, guys, as this is for all of you. Click on the plus button on the bottom right of your screen and invite at least 10 of your friends into this group. Okay, let's do that right now. And so let's grow this room. We're going to be taking a lot more questions. And then as you hear the experts share, if what they share resonate with you, make sure you click on their profile. Read the bio, follow them, click the bell button, especially if they resonate with you. Click on the bell button, so that way whenever there's a speaker in another room, that it will notify you, and you can go in there and hear what they have to say. So do that. Just to remind everyone, we are recording this, and the purpose is we're not going to be keeping the recording up, but the purpose of the recording, so that way we can capture some of these really awesome ideas and tips and tricks and resources that we'll be sharing with you in our Facebook group. So make sure you join our Facebook group at reimaster.club, reimastermind.club, reimastermind.club. And we'll be sharing with you all of the ideas that all the bombs that they've been dropping, all the pearls of wisdom that they've been dropping. So do that. All right, Corey, we go to you, and then we're gonna go back and have the speakers who have not got a chance to introduce themselves to do that. So Corey, what's your question, sir?
Yeah, right on, Tim. I definitely appreciate it. And shout out to all the panelists in the room here dropping straight fire this morning. Love the topic of marketing. And so two things right now. Right now I'm affiliated with a marketing agency that specializes in lead generation for real estate investors via Facebook ads. And number two, recently started my wholesale operation here in the Miami market in November. My question is, in regards to the marketing channel, YouTube, does anybody in the room have experience running YouTube ads to get in front of off-market motivated sellers? And what are some good strategies to use there for acquisitions?
Great question. I'm currently not running any YouTube ads for real estate acquisitions, but
I don't know anybody that's doing that. So why do you want to do that?
Well, I'll tell you why is right now with everything that's going on with Facebook and Apple, a lot of people that are running ads on Facebook, are going to have to eventually pivot in the future just because of the retargeting issue or the parameter that's kind of fallen through. So YouTube is probably the next best platform to talk on the topic of targeting and getting in front of the right audience, aka motivated sellers. That may be the next platform to use. And so, that's why I'm curious to see if anybody in the room has experience running those type of ads.
Okay, well, I'll let others chime in on that, but I would say there are already some proven platforms. I don't know why you're looking to reinvent the wheel unless you're blazing the road for a group of investors and stuff.
Yeah, there are actually some out there, Corey. I'm happy to connect you with a couple. I haven't done personally, but I do remember I was on Clubhouse a lot yesterday, and there was one actually successful YouTuber himself. I think he was in the car business, but he's had some pretty, great success. It's a hard platform to crack, right? Because the user base is much younger on YouTube for the most part, but still at the end of the day, everybody goes on YouTube to learn everything. And there's a couple people, so I'd be happy to just go through my network a little later when I have time, and then just DM me so I know how to reach you, and I'd be happy to direct you to those people that have been running successful YouTube ads.
Sounds good, Gary. Ian?
Yeah, first of all, you got to think about what YouTube is. It's a search engine. So I actually took a really deep dive. I've been on YouTube for several years. We started it with our coaching business several years ago. But here in the last year or so, I really started to build out other channels for inbound lead gen. So if anybody's running pay-per-click advertising on Google, Google's tied right into YouTube. So if you're targeting a keyword city, whatever the city is, sell house fast, the content that you put up there is educating people on exactly what they're searching for. So, but you really got to niche down. I mean, obviously buying houses and selling houses is really a big, broad topic. So if you're in a certain market and you really want to start getting some traction on YouTube, whatever your niche is, if it's probate, if you're targeting that particular list. I've bought probate properties over the years, and there's a lot that goes on the backside legally. If they don't have a will, you have the heirship affidavit. So there's a lot that you can educate people with, but you just have to take a step back and really realize that YouTube is a search engine. So people are going there to get information. So if you're already on Google or you've been blogging or whatever the case may be, people don't want to read anymore. They just want to watch videos. So I haven't run the ads on YouTube just because I'm focused on the inbound lead, which I'm building content around what people are searching for. And then there's a tool called TubeBuddy. There's also another tool called Keywords Everywhere, where you can do searches for certain cities, certain keywords. And if there's a volume of people searching sell my house fast or sell my house quickly or how to sell a house / whatever that keyword market is, now you have some data. So if people are searching that, then you can start creating content around what those search terms are. So if you're looking to get into YouTube, that's where it starts. It starts all by building content around what people are already searching on YouTube, but Google is tied right into YouTube. But there's, a dozen times more searches on YouTube than there is on Google. So that's my suggestion if you're really looking to get into the YouTube game.
Awesome, Ian. All right, Corey, you got your question answers today, buddy?
No, absolutely. Thank you, Gary and Ian, for chiming in on that. Gary, I'll definitely shoot you a DM, and Ian took a lot of great notes there. So thank you, guys.
Thanks. Awesome, Corey. Okay, speakers, I know some of you came in and we haven't had a chance to allow you to introduce yourself. I believe, Mark, Brian, can you remind me, did you get to introduce yourself yet?
Yes, I did. Thank you, Tim.
Okay.
I really appreciate you. Mark and Carrie are both in here who are absolute rock stars. So definitely let them introduce themselves.
Yes. Awesome. Mark.
Hey, good morning, everybody. You got me just as I'm walking out the door. I'm off to the ski slopes, but I just want to say thanks for pinging me, Tim and Brian and Carrie. And it's nice to see some familiar faces out here. And I've got a lot of information that I've learned this morning, and a little bit about me just before I take off. I've been in real estate. I think I'm the old guy in the room. I've been in real estate over 40 years. I started in 1978 and bought my first house then. And I believe that the most important thing in building a real estate company or marketing machine is always being concerned in creating win-win situations. Instead of what's in it for me, what's in it for somebody else? Because that's the best way to create long-lasting relationships. And as I heard earlier, Brian mentioned networking, always doing what you say you're going to do, and having the right mindset. Because if you don't have the right mindset going into any situation, whether it's real estate or any business, the likelihood that you're going to get to where your vision is not going to happen. I believe that mindset is 80% of the deal. Tactics, processes, and strategies is 20%. Without having the proper mindset and the will to win and be persistent, consistent on a daily basis, it doesn't matter what marketing venue you're using. I want to just put something out there. When you do get started, there's so much information that's available now to everybody in so many different venues that once you make a decision and choose a lane, something that you're going to do, perfect that thing before you start moving on to another shiny object or another way to bring in leads. So I think it's about persistent, consistent action in the direction of what you want. There's so many channels that we can find leads and develop our businesses. but find somebody who has what you want and find what they're doing and do what they do until it works for you or until you've decided that it's not going to work, and then go try a different lane. But I thank you guys for pinging me. I'm sorry I can't stay around. I'm off to the ski slopes. I got to tell you this. The goal of a real estate investor is to have financial freedom, to be able to go where you want, do what you want, and have what you want. And that does not happen overnight. So strap your seatbelts on, get ready for the long haul, not 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. We're talking get a vision for what you want your life to look like 7, 10, 15, 20 years down the line, and make sure that you take action in that direction every day. This platform, Clubhouse, has, my wife said to me this morning, what, is this going to be your next addiction? And I told her, absolutely no. It's Monday morning. For all of you out there, I don't want to chase you away, but you should be knocking on doors, getting your marketing in stream, and having a clear goal for what you're going to accomplish this week. How many people are you going to talk to? How many houses you're going to get into? How many contracts you're going to make? How many properties you're going to make offers on? Because just listening to all of us tell you about what we did is not going to make you any money. So it's action. It's our thoughts determine the words that we say to ourselves, which determine our actions, which create our habits in our life, which ultimately create our destiny. So get yourself started, connect with the people that are on here that you resonate with, and see if you can connect with them to collaborate. And one other thing, over the years, I've been in real estate, since 1978 and many other business ventures along the line. And what I found is real estate can be a very lonely business, but doesn't have to be. So learn how to collaborate and build a team. It makes it much more fun. Don't worry about how much you're putting into Mr. Hip Pocket Bank now. Just keep going along, helping others get what they want. If you help enough people get what they want, you'll always get what you want.
Awesome, Mark. Thank you so much. Awesome. Great tips for sure. And as Mark mentioned, don't just take what you're learning from here, and not do anything with it. While you're learning this, go and implement it, right? So while you're learning, go pull that list, go skip trace that list, go, set it up, whether you're using, text or, ringless voicemail or direct mail, like get all of that set up while you're on this call. So have this be not just a mastermind, not just, more information, but have it be, experiential and implementation call today. So thanks, Mark. All right, Carrie, are you there? I know you're doing skiing today as well, too, right?
Oh man, no, I'm actually so jealous because I was on my way to the ski slopes with our family, and my 6-year-old got sick and threw up all over the car. So I'm hanging out with him in the house today.
Gotcha.
Such is life with kids. So no skiing for us today, but I second everything that Mark said. Mark has an amazing story. You guys, I got to interview him on our podcast show. He is definitely a wealth of knowledge, and I love the mindset part of real estate. I'm started podcast show called The Investor Warrior. We talk a lot about mindset, about going into investing with a fearless mindset, and pairing that with strategies like owner financing, wholesaling, fix and flip. You will be successful, but you've got to take action. And I'm all about what is the one thing. If you've never read the book, The One Thing by Gary Keller, it is an excellent book. I highly recommend it for everyone. I think that in today's world, there's a lot of distractions. Now we've got Clubhouse, which is a wealth of information, but it can also lead people to go from shiny object to shiny object and can distract you really from your ultimate goal. So always my one piece of advice for new people getting in is know what your goal is. What is your ultimate goal? What do you want to accomplish in the next 6 months? Not 1 year, not 3 years, not 10 years. Like, what is the goal in the next 6 months? And then backtrack from there. What is your goal for this week? What is your goal for this day? Every day I go into my calendar and I'm making sure I have one thing. What is the one thing that I'm going to do today that's going to get me closer to my goal in 6 months? And so I'm really just I'm always breaking down my goals into my 1 year goal, my 6 month goal, my weekly goals, and my daily goals. And sometimes you guys, like today, I've got a 6-year-old at home. We're on the top of a mountain with no car while my family's skiing. Today, I'm like, my goal for today is just to get through this day. But I'm excited because now I get to be here with you. So I've kind of pivoted my day here. And I'm always thinking, what's the one thing that can get me closer to my goal? So if I can offer that piece of advice, that's my advice.
Awesome, Carrie. Thank you so much. All right, Yogi.
Carrie, I love that. And I just want to add real quick. This is Steve. It's interesting what you said, because some people don't see it this way in the beginning, but later they'll realize that the earlier in your process, the earlier in the business you are, the quicker you can realize what she's saying is so impactful. Because I think a lot of people that are new struggle with what to do, especially if they have a day job still, and they're like, "Oh, I got a couple hours. Well, that's not enough to tackle this," and they get kind of stuck, and then time slides by and they're not productive. But if you can do what she just said, if you can do what's called reverse engineering those goals. So the lagging results are, I want to get a deal. I want to buy a rental. I want to finish a rehab. I want to get a marketing campaign out. Whatever, those are lagging results, guys. And so there's leading activities. So you can't have a goal. I mean, you can have a goal, but a to-do list item is not get marketing campaign out. That's too big. That's like eating the elephant one bite at a time. If you guys have heard that, you can't say, "Oh, today I'm going to do a marketing campaign." That's not a to-do. That's like a bigger objective. The to-dos are, I've got to research list providers, and I've got to purchase a list, and I've got to understand demographics, and I've got to read some blog posts about that or contact somebody. I need to proof a mail piece. I need to find a mail house. I need to learn what that process is. And those are all the things that are leading activities that will drive to the lagging result of putting a marketing campaign out. And so what she said is crucial, and just combine that with the idea of reverse engineering so that you can get back to know if I got 2 hours today, I know, to her point, what the one thing is that's most important. What's the leading activity that is predictive of me succeeding today and controllable?
Yeah, thanks, Steve. Everything that Steve said is true. And I do tend to, I reverse engineer everything. I think that's what we all need to get back to, is like reverse engineer everything. Stephen Covey, 7 Habits. Always think about the end in mind and how you're going to get to that end. But then again, there's no end, because then once we get to that end, we're constantly growing, and we're creating new goals for ourselves, and then we're reverse engineering from there. So thanks, Steve.
Awesome, Carrie. Awesome, Steve. Thank you. Okay, Yogi, you're next. Share with everybody real quickly a little bit about you, and give everyone your one best tip. Yogi, you there? All right, we're gonna, Liana, we'll go to you.
Sorry, I'm here. I was trying to plug my phone in at the same time as unmuted. What was the question? Sorry.
Real quick introduction about yourself, and one best tip. Ideally, one best marketing tip. Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to say I'm Leanna. Been in business a couple years, virtually from Canada. I'm in Georgia, Baltimore, and Florida. Best marketing tip: be consistent. You have to be consistent. That's my best marketing tip.
Awesome, Leanna. Thanks. Okay, Luke, we'll go to you next, sir.
Morning, everybody. So Luke Wong here in Texas. Started off rehabbing, went to wholesaling, now I'm in self-storage. The best marketing tip that I say is just take action. Don't overthink it. Just take action. And so if you start overthinking it, you're just going to kind of stall out. Take action, whether you make mistakes or not. It'll happen. You'll pull through.
That's awesome. Yeah, definitely great tip. The times when I made the most amount of money was when I just took action without over analyzing it, and got to implement it. So great tip. So I'm gonna reset the room real quick. You guys heard from our panel of experts here. Make sure you click on their pretty faces and check out their bio. Follow them. If what they share on this call resonate with you, click on the bell button, notification button, so that way whenever there's a speaker in another room, it will notify you. So make sure you do that. And do me a big favor so that way we can encourage, for you and also for us to encourage the experts here to share their best stuff. Click on the plus button on the bottom right of your screen and invite, your friends to come on and join us. Okay, I'm going to turn on the hand raising button now. I'm gonna, so you guys get ready with your questions when you come on. Number one, have your questions ready. You're gonna come on and you're gonna say, my question is, make sure your question is as clear as possible so that way the experts know how to best answer, give you the best answer. And experts, please keep your answers like, short, punchy, to the point, so that way we're able to take more questions. Okay. All right, guys, ready? I'm gonna turn it on. 3, 2, 1, go. All right. Okay. When you come on, go ahead and mute yourself. All right. Will, what question do you have for our experts today?
All right. My question is, in the digital age, is it better to go out there and build your own brand and create a bunch of organic followers and leads, or to continue doing age-old stuff like mailers and driving for dollars and cold calling, etc.? What is the better choice, or should I do all the above?
The answer is yes. The answer is definitely yes. You should be obviously doing all the things that are going to get you, this is Brian Tripp, by the way, all the things that are going to get you immediate leads, for sure. All the stuff that you're already doing. I'm a big believer in focusing on one marketing channel until you've mastered it and have it automated, and then move on to a second channel. But in the background, you should always be putting out content, evergreen content. When I very first got started in 2012, 13, 14, I started a Facebook group when Facebook groups were brand new. Now I feel like I get 20 invites a day into a Facebook group. But when Facebook groups were brand new, I started a group called something like tips on how to sell your house as a homeowner, for like help, like real estate help, things like that. And it blew up in my local area. So if you're talking specifically about finding seller leads, having that evergreen content, that content that's going to be out there where you're going to be the person that is going to end up getting those. That's how my business is today, where I just get referral leads because people know that I'm the guy in my local area. And that's how, and I don't have to spend any money on marketing today. But yes, in the beginning, you have to spend money in marketing. Pick one channel, stick to it.
Awesome. Great. Okay, who else wants to take down that question?
I'll say that the technology and the new formats are definitely important. But I think, again, there's age-old strategies that are proven. And it's no wonder that probably 90% of investors, they're still doing those age-old strategies like mailers and lists. And I think that as a beginner, I think starting there and perfecting it would probably be your best bet. At the same time, still exploring, ways to implement new strategies and technology. Of course, it's the direction of the future. But as it stands right now, I definitely think just tackling one of those age-old strategies and being consistent is probably going to be your best bet.
Awesome. All right, Rod.
Tim, I'd like to just add something too, is again, I like to reverse engineer everything, Will. So what is your goal in the next 6 months? Is it to replace your income? Is it to add another rental to your portfolio, to add to your retirement portfolio? Like, what is the goal in the next 6 months? Because that's going to determine who you market to. So for instance, when I first got started, my goal was to replace my income in 6 months' time. And that was a $70,000 income. Well, it's hard to do, with rentals in 6 months when you're first starting out. So when I first got started, I said, I'm going to wholesale one deal and I'm going to fix and flip 2 deals, because at the time I had a little bit of capital to put into it. because that's another thing you've got to think about. Do you have capital to put into it? So that's going to determine what your exit strategy or your acquisition and your exit strategy are going to be. So for me, I kind of reverse engineered it, and I said, okay, how can I replace my income quickly in a 6-month period of time? Well, I need to find fixer-uppers. How can I find fixer-uppers? Well, generally fixer-uppers are going to be driving for dollars, probate, landlords who are going through eviction. Like, I'm putting myself in the shoes of the seller saying, okay, where can I find fixer-uppers? Who can I market to? And then what I did was I started marketing to probate, and I started doing direct mail marketing because at the time, that's what I was capable of doing with the time that I had. I was a stay-at-home mom with a newborn at home. And I just got really, really good at direct mail marketing to probate, and I replaced my income in 6 months because I was so super focused on the end goal and how I could get to the end goal. So I always go back to, like, we've got to reverse engineer everything. There's so many ways to market. There are so many types of sellers that we can market to. Who is it that we can market to that's going to get us closer to our goal? And how can we market in a way that's going to support us and that we can do it with the resources that we have? And it comes down to 2 things, time and money. Do you have more time or do you have more money? Because that's going to determine whether you're going to hire out for people to cold call or door knock, or you're going to do the work.
That's awesome.
Absolutely wonderful. Thank you so much for that answer, Carrie. And I really appreciate it. I have time and money, so I definitely want to make most of it.
That's perfect. So you have time and money. Now you reverse engineer it. What are your goals and how can you get there the quickest?
Can I add one thing too that, and I look at things a tiny bit different. Sorry, my child in the background. I look at things when I'm marketing is who am I not getting a hold of? So I'll do like SMS or cold call, and then I look at all of my wrong numbers and I'll take those ones and I'll skip trace them with a different provider. And then the really hard to reach ones is where I'm going to direct mail or door knock.
Thank you very much, Leanna. I'm curious about Brent, because he does such different marketing. What are you doing tomorrow?
So the number one way that I market is through Facebook, and it's not through paid ads. What I figured out along the way, and if you got a pad and pen and you're not super Facebook savvy, I'll try to limit the time on this real quick. I found out that people love whatever's going to benefit them. Okay. And I've found out that deals that somebody brought me that wasn't necessarily a wholesaler, I found out that referrals was the easiest deals for me to close, because usually it's somebody referring you to them and they already have that rapport and that trust built up. So I didn't have any success with the cold calling, but what I did is I just did something crazy enough to get seen. I think that you got to get seen at all costs. So on Facebook, I would go on Facebook Live and I would make a post and I'd say, hey, listen, I'm going to give away $1,000 cash to random people. Literally, all you got to do is drop your name and tag 5 people that could use blessings. And all these people would go on there. Well, whenever you like a Facebook post, the order that it's liked in stays in that order. And I would jump on and I would run over to randomgenerator.com and I would go live and I would start cash apping these people $20, $50, $20 until I had thousands of likes and shares. And it's how I made my TikTok go viral with, 200,000 people. And then once I gave away the $1,000, I had all these people that tagged and liked and shared this everywhere all over the web. I would go back into edit post and I would drop a very creative ad with lots of emojis that got their attention. And now my ad is organically shared all over the groups, all over Facebook, all over everybody's page. And Facebook could not charge me to keep the ad running. So it would organically stay shared. And I would consistently go back once a week and just drop a period down there. And it would re-engage with all of those people. So you would consistently see that ad all over everything. And then on the bandit signs, I did something that some people might disagree with, but I posted the results last year is I buy shitty houses, all cash, no BS. And I posted that and I bought a couple houses off of it. And I remember posting on Facebook, but this lady told me, she said, sir, she's like, you need to get better signs. And my response to her was, well, you called. and I ended up buying her house. So I think if you just market, stay consistent, yes, but you just got to do something a little bit different. I think that everybody's already seen the mailers. They're getting thousands of mailers. Everybody's got a creative Bill buys houses, Will buys houses. You got to do something that's completely different. That's going to make your bait stick out. So that's what I do. That's just a little strategy that I use.
I like that brand design. That's awesome.
Awesome. All right. Will, you got the answers you needed, buddy?
That's really, really cool. Love it.
Awesome. All right, Will, you got the answers you needed, buddy?
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Tim. Thank you, everyone. You guys are great.
You're welcome. Thanks. Yeah, thanks for coming on. Okay, Brianna, what question you have for our experts today?
Hey, everyone. Thank you for being here this morning. My question is, are there any service providers that you can recommend for VAs that are already trained in real estate cold calling, but that I do not necessarily have to hire for a full-time position? I'm aware of like Fiverr, but they tend to only call the lead once and send you the list back. So is there someone that I can hire for like maybe one-off jobs, but that will kind of call more than once?
Are you looking for like a company to kind of manage a cold caller for you, or do you want to train them yourself? Kind of thing?
I prefer if they're already trained in real estate cold calling, so like a VA provider.
Yeah, so I use a company called vahub.com. That you can choose either like part-time or full-time, but vahub.com is who I use.
Onlinejobs.ph is a good one. VAs, this is what you really got to think about because you're putting your money up. All the VAs, I mean, they're all trained and they all have their own skill set. There has to be some level of training. Don't make the mistake that I did and go in there and expect to get somebody who understands exactly what you're trying to do. You have got to have some level of training and be able to sit down, and it's probably not going to be the first person that you hire. You're going to have to go through a handful of them, go in depth in the interview with them, and you have got to train them the way that you want them to operate. They can have the skill set, but you've got to give them the roadmap on exactly what you need them to do. And if they're not able to do it, then you need to just get rid of it and get another one quickly.
Hey, Brent, I couldn't agree more. Along those lines, Brianna, if you want to DM me, I can connect you with Rocket Station. They're just another option that's out there. One thing that's unique about them is that they'll train the people but manage it. So if you're having problems, you can lean on, you'll have a contact there who's in charge of that VA. So if you say, hey, I've got problems, they can work with them too. To Brent's point, you do need to record calls. So make sure you're using some kind of voice over IP system where you can record the calls so you can listen to them. And this is another thing I would caution you. You will pay a little more for this, but you'll get more trained people who, like Rocket Station, one thing they do is they have everybody take a disc analysis, which if you were here for my introduction, I'm big on that stuff. I don't think the disc is enough, but it's better than most. But one thing that you really want to make sure you do when you're using someone, especially overseas, I would really push, unless you get someone who doesn't have an accent, that's hardly at all. And if they can speak really well, if you get the right person, you can push a little bit. But I would have them focus more on edifying the company and the process and just collecting some basic contact info and just seeing if the person is interested in talking rather than trying to get deep into their situation and build rapport. I think I would save that for when you get on the phone. They really just need to be, hey, do you own the house and you're interested in talking to someone? Great. Let me get you in contact with them. What's the best time to call you back? And make sure I got your phone number and your email. And really, really stay on top of them, like Brent said.
Yeah, I love Rocket Station too. If you do reach out to them and you talk to Greg, tell him that Leanna sent you, and he might give you a discount.
That's awesome.
That's me.
Yeah, and I'll add.
Greg is great over there.
Yeah, definitely. I know Robert Nichols for a long time, and I've used VA for a long time. I was the one that introduced virtual assistants to our industry back early 2007. So when it comes to VAs, I know a ton. But DM me. I can connect you with my VA manager as well. That and she can also help you with that. it's not part of my business, it's her own business, but I can just make the connection. So, all right, Brianna, you got the answers you needed today?
Yes, I did. Thank you so much to Leanna, Brent, Steve, Tim, and everyone else here. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Thank
You're
you.
welcome.
Okay. All right. Sean and Trevor, I don't think you guys have a chance to introduce yourself yet. So, yeah, if you can, yeah, we'll go with you first, Sean. If you unmute yourself, share with everybody a little bit about yourself and what is your one best marketing tip for everybody today?
Hey guys, and thanks Tim for having this awesome room and bringing me up. I'm here to add value as much as I can. So thank you, sir. All right, guys, my name is Sean Young and I'm out of the Atlanta, Georgia market. I'm a real estate investor, real estate coach. I'm an author as well of a book, Adventures in Wholesaling, podcast host of the Exactly How podcast, which walks you guys step by step through getting deals. So it's an awesome show. I've also got a YouTube channel, Adventures in Wholesaling, giving out a bunch of free tips as well. And guys, my number one strategy or marketing strategy or piece of advice would be to pick up one strategy and become a master at it. Go an inch wide and a mile deep. You want to keep track of your journey so that you can make systems and processes that can be delegated and transferred to other folks. Tim was just speaking about a VA a moment ago. That's where that comes in place. When you get a VA, it's going to be a whole nother task to manage that VA as well, unless you've got some good processes. And even with good processes, it'll be a task. So my thing is just to pick one or two strategies: cold calling, text blasting, go an inch wide and a mile deep, get your delegations in order, and make sure that your marketing is happening for you in spite of you. Thank you, guys.
Awesome, Sean. All right, Trevor. Trevor and I go back way far, right? Trevor, like, I don't know, 2008, 2007, maybe something way far. So,
Tim, what's up, man?
Man, yeah.
I've been listening to your clubhouses, and I love that you're doing this. I think you're doing this daily, aren't you? I love it, man.
Yes, yeah. But it's starting officially starting today. I'm doing daily for this week. Just Monday to Friday is my commitment, and we'll see. We'll see where it goes, and then and then figure it out from there. So thanks so much for joining us.
For sure, dude. I apologize I didn't accept the speaker invite earlier. I was getting up and was doing some things with the kids, and I had turned it on and popped in the room like, well, I'm gonna sit off to the side for now and hang out with my family. And then I got to my office where our gym is, and I got my workout in. So wasn't ignoring you guys. I saw Steve, you invited me. Brian, what's up, man? You invited me, so I'm pumped to be on here for a bit. Well, dude, really, really high level. I own a company called carrot.com, and see many of the people in the panel and lots of people down below are clients of ours. We help our clients generate a little over 1 million leads every single year, mostly motivated sellers, but also cash buyers and land sellers, rent-to-own tenant buyers, all kinds of things like that, all through the internet. Most of it's inbound. So I know there was a good discussion earlier on inbound. So if we're to look at the 90,000 or so leads a month that come in, about 70% of them are inbound leads, meaning someone did a Google search, or yes, people do still use Bing search, and they end up landing on one of our client sites. But dude, the thing I'm the most passionate about is this mindset. How do you build a business around purpose? How do you build a business that truly unleashes you and fuels your passion rather than traps you? So excited to dive into any of these combos next 30 minutes, man.
That's awesome. Yeah, for sure. All right, thanks, Trevor. Okay, I'm gonna reset the room real quick. Thank you so much, everyone, for being on. We have an absolutely amazing room, an awesome panel of experts on. Guys on the panel collectively probably have done tens of thousands of deals. Lots of deals, have done tons of experience on here. So you wanna click on their profile, follow them, and as they share, and if they resonate with them, make sure you connect with them, build relationship with them, connect with them, DM them, build that further relationship that's going to go very far for you. And also click on the bell notification button when you follow them as well, so that way whenever there's a speaker in a room, it'll notify you. Okay. And do me a big favor so we can get more people in this room, so that way they too can also learn what you guys are learning today and getting value out of this. Click on the plus button on the bottom right corner and invite a few of your friends to join us today. Right. And speakers, as you see people come on, if you notice anybody that can add a lot of value being a speaker on the stage, I've made you a moderator so you can go ahead and bring them up on the stage, so that way we get to hear from them and what they what they'll have to share as well. So next, I have a question to pose for you, to all of you. Let's talk about tools. What are some of the best tools when it comes to tools to help you with lead generation? Obviously, I'm setting you up here, Trevor, as well. But we want to, we want to hear from everyone. What tools are you using right now in your business, especially for lead generation, for marketing? And it's whoever wants to chime in on that, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hey Tim, I'll jump in because I have a what I call a new construction funnel set up where I took my GoPro and then I took a picture of a Britain home. It's 3.5 stories. It's a super modern, $1 million, and people just trip out when they see this thing. So I wanted to sell more new construction homes as a part of my business, but also refer that business to my agents, because we're looking at commissions from $20,000 to $30,000 on average. So I do a pay-per-click campaign. I'm paying about $2 to $4 per click. I'm getting probably 3 to 5 leads per day, and then I throw them into an automation SMS and email sequence, and then I have another agent dialing those numbers. So we got a pretty high conversion on that. So that's how I'm leveraging Facebook for a pay-per-click campaign.
Awesome. All right. Who else? Tools, best tools for lead generation.
I use a system called REI Reply. It's automated SMS, email, Facebook, cold calling, kind of all-in-one kind of marketing tool. There's a link in my bio if you want to check it out. It's $50 a month plus the cost of marketing, but just enables me to do automated campaigns, so I can do like big follow-up campaigns and whatnot, and works for me.
Awesome. What was the name of it again, Liana?
It's called REI Reply.
REI Reply. Awesome. Okay. All right. Anyone else want to chime in on this? What's the some of the best tools you're using for lead gen, for marketing?
I also use REI Sift to organize all my data and figure out how to market to the correct people.
Tim, I use a software. It's a program. It's done through Facebook because, like I stated, I use my Facebook in order to get a lot of deals from referrals. So I don't know if it's necessarily considered real estate related, but there is a tool called Facebook Friend Remover, and it's a software. It's free. And what it does is it goes into your Facebook and it removes anybody that's not actively engaged with you based under the parameters that you choose. You want to actively get seen. And a lot of times when you log on to Facebook, you'll see that certain people, it's the same 20 people or 30 people that are on your newsfeed. Well, you've got 5,000 friends. I believe that, Facebook is a great tool for business, and I think most will agree. But, a lot of people don't understand that in depth. So I'll put a little link on my bio for you. But the Facebook Friend Remover, removing fake accounts and removing people that you don't engage with to kind of keep fresh eyes on you, is a big tool for helping you grow not only your real estate business, but any business. And it actually does work. It actually does remove, instead of spending hours to remove people, it actually will go through and remove, hundreds of people at a time very quickly. And you can select the ones that you want to keep, other than just using some bot that just randomly picks everybody. You have to go through and handpick, but it's a lot easier to click the check mark and pick the you want to save and delete 150 or 200 people at a time. That way you keep your page refreshed and you keep adding people so you can keep getting your business out there.
Awesome. And what's the name of the tool again, Brent?
It just shows as Facebook friend remover.
Okay.
You got to have a link for it, but I'll post the link in my bio.
Awesome. Yeah. The one that I use is called multiple tools for Facebook. So if you search in your Chrome extension, multiple tools for Facebook. I like it a lot. So definitely great tip, Brent. So for me, the tools that I'm using, so I am using REI Stack for my for my skip tracing. So I think it's reistacked.ed.com. And then they also have an invite only text platform that I'm using. There's a lot of different text platforms out there. One of the things that I've learned around texting is that when you want to find a company, a texting company that's not a big company, because when they're a big company and they're sending out thousands of texts a minute, they get flagged by the cellular phone providers very easily. They're like the first to get flagged. And so you want to find smaller companies that are under the radar, and also too, you want to use a lot of phone numbers. So if you're going to send out 1,000 texts in a day, for example, you want to use at least 10 phone numbers that you rotate among these numbers. So that way, there's no one phone number that's going to hit, that's going to send out more than 100 texts a day. That's going to keep you under the radar, in terms of so texting also have a spam, kind of like your email has spam box, right? So texting also does that. And so by keeping it to under 100 texts a day per phone numbers, that'll get you into their inbox and not the spam box. So
it's funny that you say that. I was just talking to someone the other day about different numbers, and I've used REI Reply for the last couple years, year and a half, and I text 200 kind of campaigns of 200 per day. So each campaign I build, it has to only have 200 numbers, but I can do 3 or 4 campaigns to send out 800 or 1,000.
Right.
But I've never changed my phone number. I've had the same phone number that sends out this entire time, and I've never been flagged.
Yeah. So if you send, you probably haven't gotten flagged is because you're sending out 200 a day is fairly small volume, and also to how fast you send them.
Campaign.
Oh, 200
so
per campaign.
800 or 1,000 a day. Yeah.
And in what amount of time frame? How much do you space out between your texts?
I'll send out I kind of hammer them. I'll send out 3 or 4 a day for 4 days.
So no. What I mean is in when you send out your text, do you do it one every few minutes, or you do it 2?
No, it's one, and then one a couple hours later, and then one.
Yeah.
A couple hours later, kind of thing. Yeah.
Yeah. So when you're spacing it out like that, you don't have any problem. I mean, but yeah, when you're doing a lot in a day.
A lot, and they're going out really fast. Yeah.
Yeah. So you want to do that, and you want to compare, because I used to use it with only one phone number, and when I switched to using multiple phone numbers, the difference in response rate was drastically different. So that tells me that I might have thought that my texts were going through, but it wasn't going through as many as when I was using many different phone numbers.
Yeah, my response rate's between 38 and 64.
Okay, that's really good. That's all really awesome.
Good, yeah.
All right, Steve, I saw your mic flashing. Did you want to chime in?
Yeah, you guys kind of wrap that thought. I know we're probably going to move. I don't know if we want to have Trevor's thoughts before we move to the next. I was going to give one real practical tip for anybody that's getting into marketing. Make sure you're using some kind of IVR system. Call Reel is the one that a lot of people use. That's the one that particularly we use. And just really quickly, don't get too worried about what it is, but they can get pretty advanced. But basically, it'll allow you to have a different phone number for every different kind of marketing or different campaign you do. So if you guys think about this, where you buy 200 bandit signs and put them out, you stick a phone, you put your cell phone on it, you put your cell phone on your Facebook page, you put your cell phone on business cards, and you put a postcard out, put your cell phone on it. If you start having people calling you, the problem is it's cool if they're calling, but what's worse than having nothing going on in your business is getting used to things going on and not knowing what's working and being scared to turn anything off. So it's really important that you guys use a different phone number for every piece of marketing that goes out. If you have a postcard and you change the picture on it, use a different phone number so you can track which version is working better. And that leads into what Carrie was talking about quite a while ago, but being able to track things and kind of build towards reverse engineering goals so that you can actually start to learn what's going on in your business. So it's real important to use something like CallRail. There's a lot of advanced features. Maybe you guys are using something like Google Voice. It's very similar, but way more robust.
Awesome.
That's great information. I agree with that.
Yep. Awesome. All right. Anyone else want to chime in on tools?
Yeah, I want to chime in. There's for a lot of people starting off, a lot of you probably won't have what's called MLS access. So assessing values of a property that may be a potential could be a little tough in the beginning. And so, I recommend getting a software called PropStream. I've been using it from day one, and it's proven to be a pretty valuable tool, not only for assessing values, but even for lists and other things that you'll need. Also, a Carrot site. I started with a Carrot site, and I've gotten a number of deals. Also, some cash buyers from using my Carrot site. So
that's awesome. Thanks.
Awesome, dude. Awesome, dude. Tim, with this, man, I obviously don't want to be self-promotional or anything because
Hey, Trevor, hold on one second. Hold on 1 second, Trevor. John Alexander, can you mute yourself? I'm getting some feedback from you, buddy. Thanks.
Sorry about that. Cool. Awesome, dude. And Rod, that was amazing hearing that, dude. So the first thing I'd like to just kind of toss out there for marketing guys is everything that everyone says up here works. That's the first thing. Is I think a lot of people, especially when you're just getting going, will kind of overcomplicate it, looking at hearing all the feedback from everybody. Hey, we should get this system and that system and this system and that system, and they all work. That's the cool thing about it. Where we see people getting tripped up is oftentimes when they try to do kind of the shotgun approach of trying 2, 3, 4, 5 marketing methods at once before they've had a chance to kind of perfect or get really good at and going deep on 1 to 2 things. A really good example of this is a client of ours out of Dallas, crazy competitive market. His name was Adam Mitchell. You guys can Google that, Adam Mitchell Carrot, and you find a good case study where he just walks through exactly what he did to get up to about $500,000 a year in deals in a competitive market with a full-time job. His first year, he tried everything. He tried direct mail, cold calling, PPC, SMS. He was driving for dollars, doing everything. Dropped about $40,000 in marketing that year, and he ended up getting 1 deal. But the reason for dropping that much is because he was trying to do everything at once. And when you do that, you start to get a little bit nervous and let those emotions creep into the mind rather than just using numbers. And so he was dropping $5,000 over here and $4,000 over here, and $6,000 here, $1,000 here. And he wouldn't really let any of them go deep enough to really work and get optimized. And so once he got done with that year, he said, what if I just focused on one thing and I just do one thing and make it amazing for this next year? And he did that. And he ended up pulling about $500,000 that year. This last year's a little over $700,000, all with a full-time job in a crazy competitive market. So we can dive in detail how to do each one of those, how to do direct mail well, how to do RVMs well, how to do Carrot, SEO and PPC well. The big thing is guys, find something that fits the lifestyle you want to have with your business. If you want to be doing cold calling all the time and you love cold calling, amazing. Start it out, make a bunch of cold calls, and then outsource it to someone as soon as you're able to. If you love direct mail, amazing. Do direct mail and scale it up and go really, really deep and then add on other marketing methods as it makes sense. If you like more of the inbound, the evergreen marketing coming in, the momentum that comes with SEO, but it does take work. Awesome. Dive in and do SEO, put your head down and do the work, and you will end up getting rewarded with enough time. So that's the main thing, Tim, is just get focused on it, y'all, because people are going to try to do everything and get really discouraged. Just focus on 1 to 2 things, go deep on it.
That's awesome, Trevor. Thank you so much for that. All right. Whew,
Something that I'd like to share.
Yes, Kathy.
I've always been big on driving for dollars. And one of the things I tell everybody, if I'm going to look at a property, I don't come back home or to the office unless I pick up 30 more properties that I want to explore, I want to pursue. So I'm always, having a list. I found a program a couple years back called Land Glide. And it costs like $10 a month to have it, but it's got GPS on it. So if you're sitting in front of a house or a commercial building or a multifamily building, you just put that in, boom, it tells you who owns it. It tells you how long they've owned it. It gives you all the information you need. It's got a link to the tax record on there. And so you can get a lot of information about the property, or if you're just driving around, I wonder who owns that building, boom. Push on it, you get to know who owns it right there. And that has helped me tremendously in finding leads, and then see who owns next door, see who owns around it. And it's just a quick and easy way to find out who owns properties and start making connections with people. And I love it. So maybe that'll help somebody.
That is awesome. All right, Kathy. Okay, I'm going to reset the room real quick. Gosh, everybody, thank you so much for being on. We have an absolutely amazing panel of experts on the line right now. So I'm going to, so check out their profile, follow them. Whenever you hear someone who shares something really good that resonates with you, make sure you follow them and click on the bell notification button. So that way, whenever they become a speaker in another room, it will notify you so you can join and listen to what they have to say. In my experience, after mentoring thousands of people, I've realized that the best coach, the best mentor are the ones that you resonate with, because when they say something, most likely you'll be open to their suggestions, open to be coached by them. You'll take action, and that's going to help you tremendously in your business. And don't just have this call be more information for you. So as you're listening and you hear a strategy that you resonate with, or if you already have a strategy that you're implementing on right now, focus on it, go implement it while you're on this call. So, if you're gonna pull list while you're on this call. If you're gonna skip trace, do that on this call. Set up your text blast, your ringless voicemail, your direct mail, whatever it is, do it while you're on this call. Make it be an implementation call for you. Okay. And all right, we're gonna. I need a favor from you guys. Click on the plus button on the bottom right corner of your screen. Invite some of your friends to join us. We have, so that way they too can get all of the good, juicy stuff and tips and tools and strategies that are being shared on this call. And another favor I need to ask from you is, send me a direct message, send me a DM on Instagram. Let me know what are some of the topics that you want to get covered on this call, and as well as future calls. Or questions that you have for the experts, so that way I can bring them on and ask the experts as well. So, all right, I'm gonna click on the hand raising, and I'm gonna bring on a few of you guys to ask your questions. Okay, you ready? Get your questions answered when you come on. First, when you come on, mute yourself, and then when I call on you to share. And then, you're going to start with my question is, and be as clear and direct as possible. So that way the experts know how to best answer your question. So 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay. Hey, Tim, I got something that while these people are raising their hands that I kind of wanted to throw out there. And I really think it'll help a lot of people if you let me take a second.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. So look at the panel. a lot of people, I remember whenever I started out and I didn't have Clubhouse, I didn't have anything, but I would always go and I would meet and I would talk to these people that were successful. And in the back of my head, I was always confident, but there was always a little bit of self-doubt because I started my business with no money. So I wanted to throw something out there for the people that don't know anything about cold calling. They don't know anything about skip tracing. They're brand new. And I wanted to throw something out there that kind of touches base. It's a marketing tip that I used, and it touches base on the call rail and everything. So whenever I started, I took my last dollars and I put out a bunch of bandit signs, and I didn't have a lot of money. And I realized the bandit signs would work, but they would always get taken up. So it was just a matter of time before they were gone. And I said, how can I get my marketing seen by people without getting it, taken up for illegally putting out signs or, how can I do this? So I took a little ad and I put it on Facebook. I said, doesn't matter your situation. Who would like to make an extra $500 to $5,000 per month? All you got to do is have a vehicle, and it doesn't even have to work. And I made a little group, and all these people added me. Well, what I did is I found a company that did vinyl signs, and I got on CallRail, and I got 100 phone numbers, and all these people joined my group, and I allocated the phone number with a specific extension to each person that joined my group, and I explained to them what it was. And I put a We Buy Houses sign. We sell your property to a veteran, fine. And I had people come and pay me $40 to be able to put my vinyl on their car so they could drive around with their extension. And I paid $15 for the vinyl, and they would drive to the shop, and the shop would put the vinyl on for free, and they would get their extension put on for the vinyl. I'd pay $15, and I'd charge $40 or $50 for them to become an affiliate to market for me. So if it's somebody that doesn't have any money, you could easily set up a call rail. It's pretty affordable. But if you're on limited money, if you just ask people to put your sticker on their car and give them an extension and you pay them a referral fee from deals that you close, I had probably 200 people put my sticker on their car. And I was able to not only get the vinyls paid for, but I was actually profitable to pay for my systems because I didn't have any money to start off with. So that might be a tip that, for those people that need to get seen. Find somebody who's willing to let you put your vinyl on their car. Find an inexpensive vinyl, put it on their back window with a creative marketing tip, and give them their extension. And it's a win-win for everybody. They're paying for all of your marketing that you're having to pay for. They're giving you enough money to pay for your call rail, and they're consistently driving around. And whenever the call comes in, you could track exactly where that lead came from. Based off of their extension, because the call rail would actually track all of the calls.
Awesome.
So if you don't have any money, that was something that I did.
Awesome, Brent. Thanks, buddy. All right. I'm going to take a little break. Steve is actually going to take over as a moderator for a little bit here. And Steve, so we have Brian and Candace are coming up next to ask their questions. And then there's a few speakers on the panel that haven't had a chance to introduce themselves as well. So after Brian, Candace, and Neelam, maybe we'll open up for the other speakers to introduce themselves as well. So
cool, sounds good. Thanks, Tim. We'll see you back in a little bit.
All right,
guys. Hey, before we get rolling, I know Tim had mentioned it a couple times. I want to emphasize, when you guys are in the audience, I know a lot of times when we get a room and there starts to be more speakers and we have a lot going on, it's hard to contribute. We can't get everybody up here. But one thing you can do, especially from the audience, to really help and to contribute to this room, because the more people that come in, the more we can do these rooms. And there's algorithms within Clubhouse, and Clubhouse figures out which rooms are popular, and it's based on how many people are there and how many different speakers are talking. There's a lot going on behind the scenes. And so when we say hit that plus button to bring people in, it's definitely for a few different reasons, not just because we hope to get more people in here to listen, which is a good enough reason on its own, right? But it helps this room grow and help more people, and it will help us get this word out of this room to more people. So if you guys can plus people in that you think not only would be helpful for them to listen, but they can have something to contribute, we'll continue to raise hands and take more calls or take more people up to do more questions. And we're going to do that for several more hours. So, all right, cool. Hey, what I'm going to do is I'm going to bounce down. And so
Brian, I think, was Brian next, right? You ready, Brian? Can you unmute yourself?
Hey. Yeah, thanks, guys. So much value. I really appreciate all your time. So my question is, I have a full-time 9 to 5. I'm in tech sales. I'm brand new to real estate. Have a little bit of money saved up. I live in the San Francisco Bay Area, but I want to most likely invest out of state. So like I said, I have a lot of time. I have a 1-year-old now. And the lifestyle I want is I like to build a team and be and manage the team, of course, but I don't want to spend a whole lot of time on the real estate business. I do want to build a team, and then I also want to, I'm not great at lead generation, so I prefer not to cold call and focus on an inbound system. So what would be your advice on my first 1 to 2 steps based on the lifestyle I want, based on having a little bit of money saved up and having a full-time job?
Okay, Brian, before we answer this question, real quick, let's clarify. Have you been doing investing? Just quickly, yes, no, do you have much experience?
I have half a door of a single family residence that I split with my sister's family. So that's basically the investing I'm doing right now.
Okay, and what are you looking to do? Build income or build net worth, or what's the general goal? Just the general high level.
Sure. I would say first one is build income. Yeah. Monthly
Okay,
income,
cool.
Recurring income.
Okay, so cash flow, income. All right, guys. So flash your mics if you guys want to talk. I'm going to pick 3 people. We'll try to keep it to about a minute each. Let's see if we can get Brian some help. Who trying to look? Not everybody at one time. Who's awake? Going once. Anyone want to answer this? Jump on this. All right. While you guys are waiting, I'm gonna jump in there.
Yeah.
So, who was that? Richard.
I don't know how to answer that question. You want to build a team, but you don't have most people that start out as a real estate entrepreneur or a real estate investor, before they build a team, they actually do it themselves. So what is your actual business? Do you have a business plan around real estate investing, or do you have money to invest that you want to get like portfolio income from? You want active income each month from what you do part-time, or are you looking for portfolio income?
I'd say portfolio income.
Okay. And how much are you looking to place, and what type of returns are you looking for?
I would say about 30K. Returns wise, it's hard to say. I'm brand new to this, so I'm not completely sure.
Okay. Well, my advice is you're not going to make a huge difference. You're going to have to leverage that 30,000. In fact, I've bought over 500 houses, and I've never used any of my money, any of my capital to acquire those, because you can learn how to acquire properties with other people's money, with other people's credit, other people's mortgages. If you have 30,000 to start a business, if you want to treat it as a part-time real estate business, where you'll go out there and find deals by finding people that need some help, and you create value in the marketplace by helping them solve problems. That's what a lot of us do as real estate investors. As far as, getting a high rate of return on your 30,000, that would take a lot of, that's still active. Okay. So I would suggest looking into just doing this business part-time as someone who goes out there and solves problems for sellers and buyers and tenants. Otherwise, anybody else want to give them some advice?
All I heard from you is that I want to build a team, and I don't want to put so much effort, or, I don't want to. You're looking for the magic pill. There's no magic pill in real estate. Real estate is a lot of hard work. It's a lot of no's. It's a lot of research. It's a lot of everything. And to make money in this business, you've got to be dedicated. You've got to spend a lot of time in this business. And if you aren't doing the deals, how do you build a team that you can trust and can bring you deals if you yourself don't even know what deals are? I suggest you get educated by, even if it's YouTubes or just reading books or whatever before you even think about building a team. This is not an easy business. Everybody thinks, oh, it's going to be like HGTV, and it's not. And it's a very difficult business. And I've been doing it 4 years. And I'm the one that started wholesaling. Nobody even heard of wholesaling when I started it way back in the 80s. And it was a very, very difficult deal. And I don't know. My advice for you is to get educated first before you even think about building a team, and get 2 or 3 deals under your belt and start by wholesaling and start by, flipping a few deals. And, I say flipping is by wholesaling them and not buying rehab, and then be a passive investor in something. So you see how the system works.
I appreciate that, Kathy and Richard. Hey, I think Brian, if anybody else wants to chime in after this, I think Brian, hearing that, I think it's loud and clear that it's gonna take some work, right? And you got to build a team, or if you want to build a team, that you're going to have to figure out what they're going to do, right? And I don't think you were insinuating that you just wanted to make a team do it for you, but you also did say the key thing I heard was you don't have a lot of time. And so I would consider this, I think, as a practical plan. There's one option for you to consider would be to take that 30,000. I'd spend some time researching the markets where you can get some good bang for your buck, to use that as deposit money, down payment, to pick up a couple rentals. If you can get 2 cheap ones in a market, I wouldn't buy the war zone type deals. Don't buy crappy houses, but what we call like a C-grade house in a 2nd-tier city. Pick up, if you can only get 1, but if you can pick up a couple, I would learn that process of how to get some cash flow going, and how to do the financing, and how to research a market, and how to use an inspector from remotely to hire them to go look at the house, and how to interview property managers from afar, and figure that out and kind of bottle that up. And what I would do is probably consider talking to your friends and family about going in and throwing the cash in for you to go do more and more. So you don't have 30, you could probably turn that into 300 pretty easily, and say you pick up 1 or 2 with this, and then you can go pick up, if you can 10x that, you can go pick up 10 or 20 of those and perfect that. I just don't think wholesaling and all these other things might not fit for you, because they're a big commitment. They take a lot of time, a lot of effort. It's a marketing and sales business. It's not a real estate business. You have to understand real estate to do wholesaling, but it's the way that it really, really works is being good at marketing and sales and processing transactions. So I don't know if that resonates with you, Brian, but I think it'd be easy for you to focus on finding a great affordable market, figuring out how to get that done, get the lessons learned put together, bring some family and friends together and have them throw the money in, and then they partner with you, and you guys just own the houses maybe 50-50. They put the down payment money, put the loan in their name, but you manage it and deal with the vendors and find the properties, and you just go 50-50 on the cash flow and the equity. I would definitely, if you are partnering, I'd set up operating agreements. But that may be a way for you, to build up something to where you get some good cash flow going, and then you can start to look into different aspects of the business.
I was just going to add really quickly that I think that you're already doing the right thing, Brian. And I'm going through this process right now, similar to you, of designing my lifestyle and having business support that. Just following these people and having access to someone in the middle of the pandemic, instead of going to conferences, paying for, courses, watching all the different YouTube videos, just hanging out and surrounding yourself with these amazing people in this room is what I've been doing the past 2 weeks. And my language and knowledge of everything has totally changed in such a short time. This is like an injection into learning about real estate investment. And I think you're doing the right thing, especially for some limited time. So I just wanted to pause and give mad props to everybody in the room, because you guys are bringing the fire. So we appreciate it.
That's awesome, Craig. Hey, Brian, did that help at all?
Yeah, absolutely. Really appreciate your guys' time. Thanks so much.
All right, cool. All right. So I think Candace was next. Candace, go ahead, and when you unmute yourself, just start with your question, and we'll back into any, if we need some more information, we'll back into that. And then Neelam, if I'm saying that right, we'll get to you next.
All right, thank you so much. I'm a newer investor and I'm from Canada. So the rules are kind of different here, especially with the non-disclosure. It's really hard to get any kind of information on owners or properties if you're not, say, like a realtor, which is something I'm actually going to be looking into getting my license. So basically, I'm just wondering, as a new investor, how can I market myself to sellers and private lenders when the market is flooded with competition? I'm looking to get into multifamily buy and hold. I currently have 3 doors. I have a triplex and my own residential home.
Okay, cool. Well, before we open it up, I'll just say this for anyone that's listening, because you said something key there that I think will resonate with everybody, Candace, is that markets flooded with competition. A lot of people avoid, because of that, they avoid different things, whether it's putting mail out or getting into business. But the reality is the reason it's flooded is because it's working. So just keep that in mind and don't let competition discourage you. So who wants to jump in and help about marketing yourself as an agent and getting things rolling? I don't know if Liana, I know you're in Canada. Anybody else want to jump in?
Okay. Don't look at it like all these people are that you have to do, tens of thousands of contacts. The cheapest way of marketing yourself is buy 1,000 business cards and get yourself known in your general area. And when you go to the grocery store, hand out business cards. When you go to the dry cleaners, hand out business cards. Anywhere, and just say, hey, if you know anybody that wants to buy or sell real estate, please give me a call and let them know as a referral, and I sure would appreciate it. People like to help people. That's just a natural instinct in all of us. And if you smile and you're friendly and everything, you will start getting referrals. And that's the biggest thing in real estate, is to get referrals. And you'll get more business off of a personal referral than you will out of just buying billboards and mass mail outs and everything like that. So make a niche and get yourself known to just your local neighborhood, and you'll be surprised how your phone will ring.
That's awesome tip, Kathy. And I'm back. Steve, thank you so much for taking over as moderator. I know you have to go into the doctor's appointment there, so really appreciate you, buddy. Awesome. So Candace, when it comes, because I heard a 2-part question. Number one is how do you market yourself for sellers, and the other one is for private lenders. One of my just absolutely favorite and easiest type of marketing when it comes to private lenders is your personal contacts. So if you go through your phone contact list, there's a ton of people on there that have money sitting in an IRA, sitting in a savings account, sitting in a CD that's not doing anything, that's doing very little. My very first private lender was my sister. So it starts that simple, and then especially if you have friends who are business owners, attorneys, doctors, individuals that make good money, but they're it's their full-time job. They don't really know a lot about real estate investing or just about investing in general. They have a big pain. Their pain is how do they put their money to work? And so definitely reach out to them. Just let everybody in your life know, kind of along the line of what Kathy's saying. Let everyone in your life know what you know what you do, and just from that, people get to know what you do, and referrals, and whenever you do deals, you can talk about your deals on your Facebook wall, and your friends will get interested. They're like, oh wow, how did you do that deal, and tell me more about that deal. And that's going to open you up, and so you get referrals that way for sure. All right, anyone else?
Yeah, let me jump in as well, because she says she's in Canada, and so let me ask you, Candace, do you have an LLC already set up in the States?
No, I don't. Like I said, I'm a new investor, and I'm looking into getting my license right now, just so I have that advantage to be able to get that information that we're not allowed to that we're not able to get. So
yeah, Yeah, okay, no, so that's the first step. So you want to take this step by step. So the first thing to do is get an LLC, and there's companies here that work specifically with people in Canada to get everything set up, because you also have to get a bank account. That can be an issue if you're not using maybe one of the local services that actually perform that for you. But they're readily available. You could also just Google search that and probably come up with it. If not, reach out, DM me, and I'll get you a contact there. And then the next thing you want to do is figure out your target. I mean, you can't just blanket the United States. So you want to figure out, okay, well, what market, what area and what market do I want to concentrate on? And then once you determine that, then you can drill down and go to the next stage. So you need to take this step by step, right? So the next step is to really reach out to an investor-friendly realtor in that area, and that will be your boots on the ground, and will really bring so much to the table for you. I mean, they can even sign the paperwork at closing for you and make them a registered agent for the LLC. Boom, done. So get that LLC first, target next, reach out, find a realtor, and that realtor will also be the source for a lot of those sellers as well as buyers when you start to develop the business. And then you can develop a lot of the just regular techniques once you're set up that way. Hope that helps.
Are you? Thank you.
Did I hear? Sorry, it's Leanna. I heard my name a few times. I was just getting my kids out the door for school.
Are you looking to invest in the United States or in Canada?
Well, currently I'm looking to invest in Canada, actually in my hometown. The cap rates are high, the rent is high, it's pretty cheap to purchase a multifamily. So I would like to focus here. I do live in a smaller town.
Candace, did you and I talk in another group?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Did you?
Yeah, we did.
Did you message me?
Yeah.
Did you message me and I just haven't got back to you?
No, I did message you. I have to create an Instagram account, so I was going to message you through there.
Okay, so cool. If you want to write down my email, if it's easier, I'll give you my email. I know of the guy in Canada that does investing, and he's got like a whole program. I think I mentioned that to you before.
I wrote it down.
It's called Cash Flow Tribe. Is the just Google Cash Flow Tribe. It's Ben Morrison or something like that. I can't pronounce his last name. He does.
Okay, well, I'll touch base with you on Instagram there, Leanna.
Cool.
I'll contact you.
Yeah. He's probably the best guy to reach out to for investing in Canada, but he does do stuff in the US as well.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah, cool.
Awesome.
Thank you.
All right, Candace, you get the answers you needed today?
Yes, thank you so much. You're awesome, guys.
All right, thank you. This is what I love about Clubhouse. I mean, we just have an amazing group of panel of experts, resources from all over the world. We haven't got anybody from UK in yet, but they'll probably be coming in here too. But yeah, it's just really, really awesome. Okay, Neelam, do you have a questions for our experts today?
Yes. Hello. I'm new to all of this in some ways. I'm a school teacher in Berkeley, and I'm not even sure I'm asking the right question to the right people, because my goal is to purchase a multi-family unit here, and I'm having a hard time because the real estate prices are so high here. I'm having a hard time qualifying for a loan that's high enough for the purchase prices, but I do have the down payment, and I do have some background in this. My dad purchased a bunch of townhomes and condos in San Diego, and he has created a nice real estate portfolio for himself, but he refuses to co-sign with me. He's going to help me with down payment. So I wanted to find out if you guys had some suggestions for creative solutions to find a co-signer or financing for, I'd love to get a duplex or a triplex, and I have perfect credit. you can
Are
tell
you
me
wanting to live in,
that
like,
too.
if you're buying a duplex, are you wanting to live in one side?
Yes, yeah.
Oh, well, FHA is the way to go. And as an investor, if you live in the property, you can buy a 1 to 4 family FHA loan, and that's a minimum down payment, and you will qualify. And there are teacher next door programs, policeman next door programs within the FHA realm that they will help you get a loan with minimum down payment. And if you've got good credit, look into FHA financing.
Well, I have applied for with different banks for loans, and the maximum I qualify for is like $600K or something like that, where the prices here in Berkeley are $1 million. So I think what I need is a co-signer, and I'm open to letting them be a partial owner, but I just have no idea how to find a co-signer in that way.
A co-signer is something that, a lot of mortgage companies don't really do. What you're needing then is a partner. And you need an investor partner that will come in with either equity and credit and being able to qualify for a loan with you then. But I think, have you exhausted all your FHA possibilities?
I don't know. I haven't, the banks that I've applied with, they haven't mentioned an FHA loan. So I don't know if they're I don't know.
Go to Wells Fargo, go to Bank of America. They have programs for teachers, for FHA, and buying a duplex, they will eat it up. Go try to apply at some of the big banks like that. They need to make those kind of loans right now to make government markers that they are being monitored to do. So try those.
Okay.
That's really good advice, Kathy. I also say, just not just duplexes. You can, look up to 4 plexes. That's all considered, under, and I would highly consider that. But it sounds to me like what you really need, like Kathy was mentioning, is an equity partner. And that's really where I would start searching, is for a real estate investing partner. And that's just through your networking with your friends and family. Start really kind of getting into your local real estate groups and see if there's someone that you could bring on as a partner, not just with the capital. If you have the down payment, they can help you with, and not just co-signing, like Kathy said, actual like a partner who's going to be in on the deal with you. That sounds like, to me, it's a no-brainer.
Something I wanted to add for you is, I know a lot of people get into real estate and they get really excited about doing stuff because they do have a loan pre-approval. One thing you want to be super careful of is not overpaying for the property. It never hurts. And I mean, if you've got proof for $600,000 and all of the buildings are $1 million, it never hurts to find an agent that will just submit your lower offer. Because, I mean, you definitely don't want to get in and overpay for your property because the market is hot. There's always market corrections that come up. So you don't want to get stuck with a bunch of negative equity. So I would, even though, you don't have the full amount, I know a lot of agents want you to have a proof of funds for the listed amount, but it never hurts to just make a lower offer on the property that fits your budget.
Awesome.
Thank you.
All right, Neelam, Carrie, were you trying to say something?
Yeah, I wanted to, and I think Gary was also flashing his mic too, but I'll just add real quick, Neelam, this is Carrie. First off, hats off to all the teachers out there, because you guys have a very difficult job right now during COVID 2020. So I appreciate you. I'm going to offer something different and contacting off-market homeowners who have 2 to 4 units where you can do something like owner financing with them, because when we use creative financing, we don't have to qualify for the loan. There's no underwriting with creative financing generally. So it's great that you have the down payment. It's great that you have the credit score. But if you contact homeowners who are off market, who might do creative financing with you, then you don't have to qualify for that loan, and everything is negotiable with owner financing. The interest rate is negotiable, the monthly payment is negotiable, the purchase price, everything. So that would be my suggestion, is call the county or the city that you live in, ask if they can send you, call the property appraiser's website for your county, see if they can send you a list of all properties, 2 to 4 units that are absentee owned. And a lot of times they'll send you the list for free. And now you can contact the homeowners directly via mail or cold calling or however, even door knock. Well, not door knocking, they're absentee owners, but you can still contact them.
That's brilliant. What's the list that I would ask for?
You would just call the property appraiser's website, call the property appraiser for your county and ask them if they could provide you a list for 2 to 4 unit properties that are owned, absentee owned.
Great.
You could even, do owner occupied as well, but I would first target those units that are absentee owned. And a lot of times they'll send that list to you for free. Sometimes you'll have to purchase it. And if they won't give you the list, then there's other sources. You can go to something like ListSource to pull that kind of a list, which is a third-party mailing, a third-party company that will generate the list for you.
And then how would I do the creative financing? Would I need an attorney for that, or a real estate agent? Or who would I rely on?
Yeah, I would say, because you're new, that you would definitely want someone on your team to help you with that. Because basically what it is instead of going to a bank to get a mortgage, the owner is, you're doing a mortgage with the previous owner. So you're basically giving them installment payments for their equity. So I would, if you're new to it, you can contact a real estate attorney, make sure that you have the right documentation. And then it's really just having that conversation with the homeowner. And I would let them know you're a teacher. Guys, I like to personalize myself when I'm talking to homeowners. This is a person-to-person transaction. This real estate investing is all about relationships. And I think we've gotten away from that with real estate investing because it's gotten easy to pull lists, easy to send out these mass mailers and text message marketing. And we've really depersonalized it. When you're doing owner financing, it's a very relationship transaction. So when you contact these homeowners, let them know you're a teacher. Let them know that you're supplementing your retirement. Let them know a little bit about you, Neelam, as a person. Build that rapport in your marketing, whether you're going to be cold calling or sending out a letter. Build that first. See if they're open to some kind of creative financing structure like owner financing, where you're paying them. You're basically giving them a monthly income stream without them having to own the home. Right? So they don't have to landlord anymore, but they can still get a monthly income stream in the form of principal and interest payments, which could be really beneficial to them versus just selling the house and having a bunch of cash in their bank account.
I love
and then get an attorney. Yeah, get an attorney involved who can do the right paperwork for you if you don't have that paperwork available to you right now.
Thank you. And I do want to say shout out to the women in the room. It's hard to be a woman and invest in real estate. And so I'm very appreciative of the support.
And
Sure, love it.
Is it Neelam?
Neelam.
It's so awesome to hear you get started with that. If you DM me on Instagram, I'll just give you some role play books I have, because what you want to also think about what you're trying to accomplish in this level. I think Carrie gave you some great advice on deal flow, but you want to think about your team and you want to know what roles the team members need to have and what their responsibility is with you, because you are the principal in this matter. So if you think about that, then I can help some strategies on how to build that team, how to build relationship capital with team. And I'll just give that stuff to you. Just DM me on Instagram. Happy to help you in any way I can.
Okay, I'm doing it now.
Yeah, I love what Carrie said as far as getting back to building relationships. And this is a relationship business, because I look at every kind of transaction as how can I serve that person? And it's not just like, oh, I'm going to pull a list and contact these people. Like, I'm really big on the relationship side. So I love that Carrie brought that up as well.
Thank you.
And if anyone wants to be my equity partner, I would be grateful. And somebody had mentioned finding equity partners. How would I do that?
network just like you're doing now, go into rooms and ask people. That's the best way that I can suggest.
Yeah, Neelam, definitely seek out the top investors in your area. So one of the things I did, very early on in my career was I did take a mentor out to lunch. So every single week I take out at least one top investor in my area out to lunch. And and so by doing that, yeah, they, not only did they give me a lot of, tips and tricks and resources, but I ended up partnering up with some of them on deals as well. So yeah, definitely, your networking with top investors in your area is going to be a great way for you to speed that up.
What market are you in again?
I'm in Berkeley, California.
Okay. Is that by like San Diego? Did I hear that?
Berkeley is in Northern California by San Francisco. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry. I'm from Canada.
It's probably like one of the most expensive real estate markets.
For sure.
Yeah.
And if I knew anybody in that, if I knew any investors in that area, I'm not sure. I know San Diego. That's why
I mean, there's a big movement about keeping teachers in the Bay Area. It's very challenging for all of us. So if someone wants to do something about that, I'm sure you'd get there would be a lot of pain points that you could solve.
Yeah, well, send me a message on Instagram. I know quite a few people in California, so there might be someone I could connect you with. For sure.
Awesome. All right, Neelam. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you all very much. I appreciate your support.
Awesome, Neelam. Thanks for coming on and asking your questions. So I'm going to reset the room real quick. We have an absolutely amazing panel of experts on. So we're going to give some of them who have not had a chance to introduce themselves yet to introduce themselves. Before we do that, I would like for you guys to click on the plus button on the bottom right corner of your screen, invite some more of your friends in. If you've gotten value out of this today, please invite your friends in so that's why they, so that way they too can benefit from everything that's been shared today. This is an absolutely amazing platform. Never in the history have we gotten these many experts in a single room, all pouring their hearts out to share with you and to give to you just completely free. So really appreciate you guys for inviting your friends in. And as you hear from the experts, make sure you click on the pretty pictures there and check out their bio. Follow them if they resonate with you. Click on the bell notification icon, so that way whenever they are a speaker in a room, that you'll be able to it'll notify you so you can follow them there. Okay. All righty. Okay. I believe John Jackson, did you have a chance to introduce yourself today?
Hey, what's up, Tim? How you doing, sir?
Doing great.
Hey, everybody. Man, I'm actually just got through recording a podcast, and now I'm about to do a jumpstart call with my latest Dream Partner student, but I'll do a quick little intro here and jump on this training call. But yeah, so I'm John Jackson from Texas. I'm the lease option guy, and so great to see so many people here. My gosh, Kathy Crow, are you kidding me? She is, she's a very, very young lady, but she's been in the business a long time. I don't know how she managed to pull that off, but boy, she is just a wealth of information. I remember, man, my gosh, you had the greatest real estate group in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, and but boy, you could write a book about your experiences. I know, Kathy, but yeah, so I'm the.
Thank you.
You bet. Yeah, so I'm the lease option guy. I'm known as the. Specifically the Texas lease option guys, but I teach people all over the nation. We still do a lot of deals. I focus primarily on the Dallas-Fort Worth area just because that's where I'm located. And I know this is a marketing, REI Mastermind, the Marketing Monday. We've got some people like Richard Roop on here and Brian Tripp, Mr. Land Mogul, John Alexander. John, I just increased your bank account last week by $67, so you can thank me for that.
Oh, thank you, John. No refunds though. Sorry.
Dang it. Okay, well, I tried. Yeah, so as far as marketing, a lot of great stuff has been shared here. And Trevor Mock had said some great words of wisdom earlier on this Clubhouse. And one of the things about marketing is exactly what he said. You've got to have one, maybe two, but really in most cases, one method of marketing that's your absolute powerhouse method of marketing. What happens is, in my training, I teach 20 different ways or 25 different ways to market. But I tell everybody, if you try to do all 25, you're going to suck at all of them and get frustrated. Pick that one method and just go with it with gusto. Anything else outside of that one method is ancillary. For example, for me, it's direct mail, just because I've got it dialed in so well that I don't have to spend thousands of dollars. I can spend a few $100s and get a very good response to get housing or lease option contract. So even though I teach multiple ways, I'm very honest to tell my students or people in my audience, if I'm at a REI or speaking at a live event, hey, here's 20 different ways I'm going to teach you, but only focus on one. If you try to focus on all of them, what you're doing is you're going wide, not deep. Go deep. So if you try to do 5, 6, 7, 8 different ways to market, as I think Trevor said, you're dabbling in texting, you're dabbling in RVM. I'm going to dabble in, I sent out 100 postcards. That didn't work. But then you go on to the next thing. You're going wide, not deep. So when I do direct mail, I go deep. I don't go wide. So I'm not casting a wide net all over Texas. I'm just saying like Tarrant County and Dallas County. And when it comes to direct mail, and maybe really, I guess, have other methods of marketing is marketing comes down to specifically direct mail comes down to the list. These are 3 things, guys. Write this down: the list, the frequency, and the message. The list, the frequency, and the message. So the list has got to be on point. The frequency, that's where so many of us fail, where we'll do one mailing. And then 3 months later, we're like, oh, well, yeah, I haven't done a direct mail piece in a while. Yeah, you've got to be consistent about that. We do direct mail every 3 weeks. So the list has got to be specific. It's got to be clean, too. Matter of fact, I had a student that he did a direct mail piece a couple of weeks ago. And I, without consulting me, he sent out 1,000 pieces and got hundreds of the pieces back. And he was incredibly frustrated. And I said, well, did you do this and this? And he didn't scrub the list. I'm like, did you just send off hundreds of pieces to nothing? So the list has got to be solid. The frequency, be on schedule with every 3 weeks or 2 weeks, whatever that is for you, but make sure that you're hitting that mailing every 3 weeks or 2 weeks if that's your frequency. And the message is so important. I know Richard is a master of the message. You've got to have the message clear. Don't send some ugly, crappy little postcard that says, we buy ugly houses, to, $500,000, $750,000 beautiful houses. The message doesn't resonate with them, right? So again, the list, the frequency, and the message. And with that, I'll kind of shut up, and I'm going to get on this call I've got here with a up-and-coming dream partner. And Tim, thanks for putting this room together, by the way.
Awesome. All right. Thanks, John. Okay. Kathy, let's, if you can share with everybody a little bit about you.
Good afternoon, everybody, since it's now noon. I'm in Dallas, Texas. I have been a realtor for 40 years. I started working with solely investors in 1990. Right after the 9/11 in 2001, when everything went silent, I decided to start a real estate investment group and starting teaching people how to invest in real estate. I grew that to be quite strong here in Dallas and sold it right before the bust in 2008. I had a radio show on KROD for a couple years. I interviewed everybody from Trump to Kiyosaki to Anthony Robbins, everybody in that group. I've put on lots and lots of events, and I've coached thousands of people and taught thousands of people also classes. I'm very active in real estate investing. Way back when in the early 90s and late 80s, when RTC was going on, Resolution Trust, and we were finding deals, the investors were not quick on the draw to act. And so I would put the properties under contract and then sell my contract. And that's pretty much how I started the wholesaling movement. And then it started catching on, and I was speaking at RE/MAX conventions and telling people, this is what I'm doing, and da-da-da-da-da. And so it started going that way. And I wrote the assignment of contract that most people use today, and with Jerry Prager, a real estate attorney here in town, and Craig Penfold, who owned the Chicago titles. And I kind of taught Kim D'Angelo how to do it at Homevestors, because I was getting tons of leads from Homevestors during all those years, because they were just a rehab company at first. And I'm still active today. I like to specialize more in small multifamily, which is like 75 units or under. I've been lately selling, I've sold 7 mobile home parks this past year, and I've enjoyed that. And of course, I'm still wholesaling deals daily, and I look forward to the market here. I think it's going to change quite drastically. And I'll help anybody at any time. I have education on my website, kathycrow.com, to help. And I'm always trying to write more education and put education out there for anybody. And if I can help anybody at any time, I love real estate. So
That's awesome. So Kathy, that's those 7 mobile home parks that you sold. Did you like wholesale them, or were they parks that you operated for a while and now you're selling, or now that you sold?
No, I wholesaled all of them.
Gotcha.
No, do anything. And I learned a lot, because in fact, I just wrote a book about doing due diligence on mobile home parks, because there was a lot of due diligence on it, that people are wanting to move out of the country, move out to the countryside, move out of the big cities. And it's a very hot market right now for mobile home parks. And so that's why I was trying to look into it. And the book is on my education, the little ebook I wrote. It's like 30 pages of all the things you have to do, because it's quite different than doing just an apartment complex or a single family house. There's a lot more due diligence that you need to do to make it a deal. And I'm always looking for a challenge, so why not?
That's awesome. So Kathy, if you can share with everybody, what's like your one best marketing tips to find deals?
Well, I'm kind of old fashioned, I drive for dollars, and I follow up, and I'm always networking. I'm always letting people know. And when I sell a property in an area, I blast out an area. I just participated in the sale of blah, blah, blah. If you're looking to sell, I'm always trying to make phone calls. Every piece of mail is followed up by a phone call, and every phone call is followed up with a piece of mail.
That's awesome, Kathy. Thank you so much. All
Sure.
right. John, I am excited. I don't think you've had a chance to introduce yourself yet. So if you can introduce yourself and give us your one best marketing tips.
Hey, thank you, Tim. Really glad to be here. And this stage you just put together, and I think everybody loves Tim. All right, I think we can all agree we love Tim. So you put together a great stage here. I've been in the real estate business since 1982, and started out in the land development business. Moved to a builder. After that, went bust in '87. And Kathy brought back a lot of memories of the RTC. We were doing I guess it's kind of the same thing, but I didn't know you at the time. I wish I had. Then I got into flips, because I could see where obviously the biggest money was going to be, was definitely going to be the flips. And so we went into that side of the business, and particularly the note side, connected with that. We used to work with Eddie Speed. The Homevestors is what it was his key to, or he really helped, put the financial packages together for Homevestors, and really help them grow tremendously.
I introduced Eddie to Ken.
Oh, you see there?
Yeah, Eddie I sold Eddie his first note deal was a deal that I brought Eddie when he was working with Colonial. I've known Eddie forever.
Oh, wow.
That's amazing. So, I mean, we have just an amazing stage here. And so, and by 1999, they were really giving wholesalers a real hard time, the real estate commission. So I went to researching and trying to find out how do we get the real estate commissions off the wholesalers' backs who were trying to retail. There wasn't much of a problem, going to a investor, but when we tried to flip them retail, they were telling us we were acting as a real estate agent. So I went to the law library in San Antonio, did a ton of research, and found a little known law that really pertained to the insurance pertaining to a contract. It was called equitable conversion. I introduced that into the real estate world in 1999, and that backed everybody else. That backed all the real estate commissioners off when we started defending it with the fact that, hey, we have equitable ownership when we put a contract on a house. So after that, it pretty much took about 5 years total to really get them off our back, and that just really opened up everything else that we've done since then. From that point, I finally jumped back into land in about 7 years ago, and I've done only land since, with the exception of one lease option that I put together using John Jackson's strategy to flip a house, because you literally can't do lease options in Texas unless you're using John Jackson's method. In the way that in the way that we're flipping and staying in the middle. I brought Al up as a moderator because Al, right next to me here, is a beast when it comes to probate. So anybody with probate questions, he's going to introduce himself next, I'm sure, but this guy absolutely kills it in that area. So another great person here. Brent is on the stage with us too. He helped me scale my business using just one of his strategies. So another powerhouse guy. We just have all kinds of great people here. One strategy, my favorite strategy is mailing, and I've just perfected it over the years. And some of what John Jackson said was point on. What a lot of wholesalers do is they mail one time and they move on instead of continuing to mail over and over, because we never know when they're ready to buy. So it's really about timing. It's making sure you're top of mind. So you're building relationship with them over time. So when they do decide to pull the plug and say, okay, I'm going to sell my property, it's that person who consistently mailed to them. That's the person they come back to. I can't tell you how many times I've heard that. And once you get on my list, you don't get off unless you die or you sell your property or you ask me to remove you. Then I'll let you go. But I love mailing. It's been my go-to for many years. I have done some of the others, and we actively are doing a little bit of it. But pretty much, I get enough business, and my students get enough business from the mailing. But that's it. Thanks, Tim.
That is awesome, John. And gosh, John, yeah, I've been learning from John for a long, long time. And recently, I was on a lookout for a strategy to teach my 16-year-old son. I wanted something that's easy that he can do from home. And so I looked into land, and I got on a call on a Facebook Live that John did. And I heard him share that out-of-state owners are among the best lists to get for land. So I was like, okay, that's what I needed to hear. So John, we pulled the list, and it was just a small list, and I focus on within Harris County here, small list. But anyways, one of the deals that we got, which I have a question for you, John. One of the deals that we have in the contract right now. It's a 1 acre lot in Hockley. It's like walking distance from 290. It's in a subdivision that there are other half acres and 1 acre lots. And it's not a mobile home parks, but mobile homes are allowed there. So most of the houses there are mobile homes. And I saw on the MOS a half acre that sold for $79,000. So here's my question for you. My thought is I'm just gonna close on it, put it on the MOS, and so that for 150 and see if I can get 150 for it. Or do you think I should just go put out some signs and see if I can find a direct buyer and maybe do a double closing instead of having to close and then put it on the MOS? What are your thoughts on that, John?
Well, I'm an advocate of not putting money into anything and just tying everything up on a contract and then flipping it, doing a double close. Even if you have to bring in transactional funding, if you're making too much money and you don't want to scare the parties away, so if you're making less, which obviously you're not here, Tim, you can do it the way you're headed right now. Close it and put it on the MLS, which is more of a hands-free way. I also like doing that. Just listen with a realtor and walk away, or just use one of these flat rate things and get it on the MLS. But either way, it's going to work. Either way will work under the guidelines. And I love the fact that you found such a good deal.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I don't know if I mentioned the price, but we got this property in the contract for $35,000, which is the same price that the seller bought it in 1982. Can you believe that? That's crazy.
Yeah, it's one of the techniques I train on is that most of these sellers will sell it for the price they paid for it. It's just a psychological thing. You can be several thousand under that price and they won't sell. So what you do is you go in there into the deed of records, find out, when you're looking up their property, you'll see maybe a deed of trust that they bought it using a financing, and grab that thing. You'll know then exactly what they paid for it, close enough, and that's your offer.
Oh, nice. Great tip. Thank you so much for that. That's awesome. All right. Al, I see in your profile you are a attorney specialized in probate. Love to hear from you. If you can share with everybody a little bit about you and give us some really good tips on probate.
Hey, Tim. First of all, thank you so much for bringing me up on stage. I was not expecting that. I'm in a room with some big people right now. And so thank you so much. Thanks for moderating this room. You're doing a fantastic job. There's a lot of people here that are taking a lot of nuggets from this room. John, thank you so much for that shout out. I was so happy we connected in the other room. I was with you. We were talking about the land and talking about all the other tips and tricks. And let me just say this also. There is a powerhouse in here, Carrie Like. If you haven't followed Carrie Like, she is the probate queen in Florida. She totally gets all the probate stuff, all the stuff that I do. And if you're in the audience, make sure you follow her. She has a podcast called The Investor Warrior. She is brilliant. So Carrie is amazing at what she does in the investing world. She's always has golden nuggets for everybody. So my name's Al Nicoletti. I do Florida probate. I'm an attorney here, but I do probate like nobody's business. All I do is all the probate stuff, the weird and different. I don't do closings or title or anything like that. But I know how to crush it. And I just know how to make it happen and get the deal done and structure it in a creative way that helps investors get the deal done and closed and get the family the money that they need. So I really come in as a really unique tool that really helps people in their deals. And I just know how to do it. I do it all over Florida, from Miami to Pensacola, but I really offer a unique edge with all of this stuff. And I would just say, for some really golden nuggets on the probate world, don't make it complicated. You want to make it as simple as you can, and there are ways to make it as simple as possible. Don't overthink it. It's not something you want to shy away from. Carrie can tell you all day, these are gems when it comes to properties. There's tons of value in it. There could be 10 heirs, but there could be a way to solve that problem here in Florida. You just have to break it down, because all it is another real estate transaction with a puzzle. And if we can all figure out the puzzle together, which is all about team and collaboration, you can really make it happen. So that's what the value I bring as an attorney here in Florida, because I can really help all of you when it comes to one that you find it's not in probate. And I just really know how to crush it. I will tell you all day if it's not going to work. But really, the benefit to what we can do is just really figuring out how we handle the probate world. And, Tim, you were talking about some good marketing tips. And what's one of those tips? I would really say, I was in a room last night, we were talking about this. I would just say the follow-up is obviously key, but being proactive and communicating before the that's what we need, here's what we want. And if you're that one that's being proactive, it shows that you care, that you want to make it happen, and somehow it reciprocates right back to you. So I would always say, of course, the follow-up, but always being proactive in your business shows passion and care. And it's just all in the game of marketing.
Awesome, Al. Thank you so much. Okay. We are going to, I'm going to reset the room real quick here. And then, we'll take some questions, and then we'll go to, Sean, for you to introduce yourself in a little bit. All right. So everybody, as you can tell, we have an amazing wealth of knowledge here, wealth of experience here on the panel, on the stage with us. Kathy, John, I don't know which one of you have been in the business longer, but you've both probably been doing this for, definitely a long time. So, guys, click on their profile, follow them. You resonate with them. Make sure you click on the notification bell, so that way whenever they are speaking in a room, it will notify you, so you can join in and listen in on them. I have asked from you, you could please click on the plus button on the bottom right corner of your screen. Invite some of your friends to join this room, so that way they can get these great information as well, so they can learn like you are, especially if you're getting value out of this. So please do that. And so I am going to turn on the hand raising now, so that way you guys can jump in and ask your questions. Okay, you guys ready? So when you first come on, mute yourself, and then get your questions ready. Whenever we have you speak, be very clear. Just say, my question is, be clear, direct, so that way our experts here would know how to best answer your question. So, all right, I'm about to turn it on. 3, 2, 1, go. Okay. All right, it looks like, okay. Okay. All right, let me see who we have first. Amy. Yes, what question do you have for the experts?
Oh, okay. So my question is, I am a young real estate agent myself, and I have an interior design background, right? So my question is, how can I add value to the investors in my community? Because I come across a few of them, but I don't know how to work with them to show them my value in their business.
Okay, who would like to take that on?
So what value are you bringing to an investor?
Well, that's what I'm trying to figure out. I have the real estate, I'm an agent myself, so I have the knowledge as far as the properties and the areas and comps and things like that, but I'm not an investor. So, and I have not worked with a lot of investors, so I don't know what kind of value, for what I've seen, most investors that I came across, they don't really work with real estate agents, really. So, but I think they might get values from doing so. So how can I nurture those relationships in my community, in my area?
I would first look at what the value is that you say you can bring. So let's say if the angle is interior decorating, if you've done that for yourself and you found a method that helps you in your business, then you want to package that and take that to them. And so that's the package, basically, if you want to call it that, or let's say let's call it a stack deck, right? So take that to other investors, and then that opens up that relationship. But you need, bringing value means that you have developed something, or you've figured out something in the niche that most other people don't have, and that's what they want.
Yeah, I had something to add. Is Amy there?
Yes, I'm here. I'm listening.
Hey, Amy. So
Hey.
I think the land mogul, man, I like this. I like John. It sounds like he's a guy we all need to get to know. He's got some great advice. He knows people. So I would say two things. I heard when it sounds like you're a little timid. So
yes,
if you're going to approach real estate investors, you cannot be timid. You need to be confident. You need to show them that you are worth what fee is going to pay you. So there's a lot of real estate investors out there. So I think, if John would give a little time to get to just know him and how he looks at real estate investing, it'd be helpful for you because there's so many real estate investors out there. And the way you want to look at it is the relationship capital you're building out there, because as an agent, if you want to work with investors, then it's a pretty local business. So you might want to look at, where are all the problems? So I'll give you an example. I'm in California. Right now, there's the AB 3088 bill, which David Chu is a Democrat out of San Francisco that is trying to pass a law to extend eviction moratoriums in California through the end of the year. So that's going to help a lot of renters to not lose a place to live, but it's going to create a lot of problems for anybody that owns small multifamily, because they're not all just real estate investors. Some of them are teachers, like the woman we met earlier, and they're trying to build their passive income portfolio. And so, and something like that, if it goes through, it's going to create a lot of problems in the market. And that's where investors are going to need help with someone like you, someone like me. I think about things that way because I work with real estate developers. And I've just narrowed down my niche on exactly which areas and who I want to be working with and what product. So the last thing I would add is think about the product, because real estate is a product that we all experience. So which are you going to go after? Like housing, industrial, commercial, right? And then housing is so huge, you could really think about decide that, and then start looking at all these different investors like the land mogul or these wholesalers or these fix and flippers, and then start looking at which ones you're just more connected to on a meaningful level, because when you connect what you're doing through meaning, you'll stay in it for the long term. And when it gets tough, you won't give up. And that's what you need to do. When the tough gets going, you need to keep working.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much.
Gary, also, Amy, if you will add to your profile that you are investor friendly. So that starts to get SEO'd out there, and investors are always looking for realtors that are investor friendly. We have horror stories, all of us, of those who are not investor friendly. So when you lead with that, you already are starting to open that door and allowing them to get a foot in there with you.
Do you sell primary residential real estate?
Yes, residential primarily.
Okay. So what you can offer to investors is market knowledge, what properties are going for what, and being a interior decorator, maybe you could start some sort of blog way of getting information out to investors that tell them this is what buyers are looking for. They're looking for these colors right now. They're looking for, this style, this is in, this is out, try to go around and look and, preview the houses that that are on the market right now and find trends that are attracting buyers, and then start seeing, oh, this house had these features and it sold in 5 days. This one looks like this and it's taking 45 days to sell. So you want to be in, build something like that.
That's exactly what I was going to say too. I was going to say, create a little flyer or something and just put on there hot trends that real estate, hot trends that are getting investors top dollar for all types of properties, whether it's sell, something on there, hot trends that 99% of investors don't know that's getting our, investors top dollar. Make them question, make them want to know more about what it is without putting too much of the information out there.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you. And to add context to my question, I ask this because every time I talk to real estate investors, I just feel like they hate agents, which I'm a little confused because I feel like it should be kind of like a relationship that we could both help each other. So thank you for all your insights.
We already love you now.
I'm sorry, Lamb Mogul. I just wanted to offer, reach out to me, DM me on Instagram, BDC Paid For You Trial. I will help get you off the ground, no charge, nothing at all. I'll show you how to develop business with investors because you need to clarify your message and who you're marketing, who your market is, and then what you're marketing to them. Just clarify those things, you'll be real confident and you'll be able to, talk to anybody that you meet.
Thank you so much. Thank you, guys. Thanks.
You need to become an expert in your area, okay? And start getting all the education that you can on real estate investing. I have on my site, kathycrow.com, education, and start reading all that stuff. Start educating yourself on what investors are looking for, and, so you can talk like an expert.
Got it. Thank you so much. I'll follow all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. Tim has stepped away and asked me to moderate for a bit here. So, Will, you are next, sir. What is your question?
Hey, man, you have been giving some amazing advice. Thank you so much. My question is, how can I get my amazing mentor, Lori Tapia, who's in the room listening to this, onto this stage to share her amazing wealth of knowledge with a group of incredible panelists? That's my question.
That would be my job at this point. Kathy, Carrie, let's bring you in and do a quick introduction of what you do and some value that you bring.
Her name is Lori Top.
Lori. She'll have to raise her hand when we open it up, but thank you.
Yes, sir.
We'll definitely bring it up. Thank you, Will.
Thank you.
And Shivani, if I have that right, you're next.
It's Shivani. Yes. I'm glad for the opportunity. I am a investor wholesaler in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. I also operate and own a courier business. But my question is, I was in the room the other day that Tim was holding, and they gave insight as far as how to not sound like other people marketing to sellers. And I wanted to see who I can reach out to get that verbiage to not sound the same, and also comping commercial or mixed-use properties.
Hey, I can jump in and help a little. This is Steve with the not sounding the same. A great follow on social media, or just go to YouTube, is John Martinez. Are you familiar with him?
Yes, I am.
Have you been? Do you follow him?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. I mean, if you listen well and take notes, like he doesn't tell you here's exact scripting. And I was on that call too. I'm not sure. Don't remember the exact question when we were talking about that. But where he's at with it, and I think where you want to be with it, to not sound like everybody else, is to not come at somebody with, look, everybody says, oh, I solve problems. I'm a problem solver. And then they go in and they just worry about the deal and then make it all about price. The longer you can keep a conversation with a seller from getting to price, the better. So as soon as you get to price, a lot of the value you can bring to the table is over. And now you're just negotiating on price. And so and sellers will call and they'll say things like, hey, all I care about is what you can offer. Just tell me yes or no. We can even ask somebody who won't get off of it. Okay, so you're telling me price is the most important thing. And they say, yeah, it's not. Literally 9.9 times out of 10, it's not. It's the terms. Because I'll give anybody their price, right? If they give me the term, if I get terms, I'll give anybody price. And so the reality is, all the stuff going on, this is what you need to think about when you're marketing to people is, a lot of people are stuck in a house and they can't sell till they get money, but they can't get money till they sell, right? And they can't move until they sell, and they get stuck in a house and they have things going on in their life, and you need to be able to really help with that. So think about the benefits of what you're bringing to the table, not features, not close quick, pay cash. I mean, we've eliminated a lot of that from our marketing because it's what everybody's saying. It's if you can't pay cash and close quick, that's the minimum barrier. Guy or gal in business, and they say their core values is honesty and integrity. That's not even why is that even in the discussion, right? So John's a great follow just because he talks about providing value and trying to understand. I would just think, I don't know if anyone else wants to jump in if they have anywhere to send her for good content for that, but just think about all things going on around the sale that don't have to do with the sale, like moving and finding your next home and cleaning up the house and dealing with tenants and, unlocking cash and things like that aren't about just selling quick.
I'm going to that Carrie said earlier, real estate is a relationship business. It is not just, bricks and wood. It is a relationship business. And if you go into a situation and start building a relationship, find something in common with the people and find out about them. And remember, God gave us 2 ears and 1 mouth so we can listen twice as much as we talk. And nothing is more frustrating that you're so focusing on your next question that you're not listening to what the people are telling you, and they probably answered your question before you even ask it. So build a relationship first, and the rest of the equation of buying the property will fall into place. And that was something that Carrie said earlier, and it's so very powerful.
Thank you.
And be genuine. Be genuine with people.
Thank you. So you got some great answers there, Shivani. And next up is Lori. And is this the Lori who is the great mentor? Let's hear this.
Hello, my name is Lori Tapia. And thanks, Will, for that little intro. I have been in the industry for about 22 years. I started out as a little man working for a title company and proceeded through that into underwriting, buying and selling on the secondary market, auditing, working with a lot of people that really gave me the opportunity to learn so much. And then one day decided I was done having a job and just being overbroke on my own. And my first house, I walked in with $750. I got my hard money in place, and we made $38,000 on that home in less than 90 days. So I think it's all about, and I always think outside of the box. How can I help this person? How can I make this individual one of my marketing team by helping them and solving their problems? And I specialize in thinking outside of the box and creative financing and how to make this work and what their ultimate goal is. And if their ultimate goal is to stay in the home, how I can still add that home to my portfolio with almost zero liability. And they do everything for me. And then I end up still making on the back end, and they come out a winner on the front end. And then now I have a marketing tool that many of these people have sent me so many opportunities to help others and to pass it forward. And sometimes I don't even make things. I've helped more than 50 people stay in their homes and be able to move forward. But the back end, I have received so many opportunities from these people that I would not have earned if I would have just earned that little bit up front. How you can really market that and expand and soar with it.
Hey, Lori, what's your, when we were all doing introductions earlier, what's your number one your best working marketing strategy? That was one thing we were talking about earlier, and to kind of help round out here, we were trying to make sure everybody gave a give when they.
God, there's so many. I think with me, it's just being genuine and really helping, and then they market you out. We have all kinds of different platforms that we use and stuff like that. But I think that it really comes into solving the problem, making everyone a winner, and then the mouths that go out for free are really your biggest marketing thing. That's probably how I've done the best just within the industry, because people talk. And once they start talking and your name really gets out there, it's gone a long way for me that way, above and beyond even the platforms.
Awesome. Hey, John, where were we at with folks? Do we have another one?
Yeah. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and pass it off to you, Steve. And let's go ahead and we'll open up for questions again.
All right, you guys ready? We'll start here in 3, 2, 1. All right, you guys can raise hands if you got questions. We'll pull 2 or 3 people up. All right, cool. So,
hey, Steve, if Tim came back?
What's that?
Do you know if Tim came back or if he was still?
Yeah, Tim just texted me. He's got to do a call. So.
Oh, okay.
All right, cool. So let's see. I pulled a couple people up here. Make sure you mute yourself when you come up. Did you have a question for Tim, or are you just asking Sean?
Well, he had brought me up on stage, and I wasn't sure if there was a specific question or something that he wanted to dive into. But
oh, cool. Have you had a chance to introduce yourself, or do you?
I haven't. No, I was listening. I was kind of fascinated by the the title. So it seems like if I got the format right, do I share what's working best for me and then maybe prompt a question?
Yeah. So so basically what we're doing in here, the speakers up here are just looking to answer questions for folks. And if he brought you up as a question asker, you would just go right into it. Say, my question is to provide some value. You can go ahead and do that. But it sounds like maybe did you raise your hand, or did he bring you up?
He brought me up.
Then he probably wants you to introduce yourself.
I can just jump in. So
yeah, just take like 30 seconds, introduce yourself, and then maybe say, give everybody one tip on what's working well with marketing. And then we're going to get into, let me pull down to refresh here. By the way, guys, if you don't know what PTR is, pull to refresh. You put your thumb on the screen and pull down. The page will refresh and it'll reformat everybody. So sometimes people are coming and going. Looks like Brianna will be first with questions, but go ahead, Sean.
Cool. I mean, I've got my bio pretty well typed up in my bio, so you guys can check that out if you're curious. But, I came from a background of flipping and wholesaling and rentals, and probably in the last 3 or 4 years, transitioned into commercial real estate, where I was able to do a lot fewer deals, but fortunately make a lot more money than I had in my career up until then. So what was kind of fascinating to me is what's happening right now with content marketing and video. So that's where my question's going to stem from. And my best campaign ties into that a little bit. I've made the most money in my investing career partnering with agents. And so having them, represent me on the buy side, giving them a listing back so they could double or even triple end a deal in some cases. And so in the day, that was grinding through the MLS or calling on listing agents and letting them represent me as the buyer. So that's always been a pretty good way to get yourself to the top of the heap in terms of offer consideration, especially after you've got a little bit of a resume rolling. And I'd say the same is very much the case in commercial. So I can go to a commercial broker, say, I'm unrepresented, or you can represent me on the buy side. That can equate to a 6-figure commission check for them on $2 to $6 million deals, which is what I buy now. So there's a little nugget for anyone that's interested and curious. But in the last 12 months or so, I've just become so fascinated with video and content marketing. And I saw Trevor on here earlier from Carrot, and he had said a few things on his YouTube channel that were just fascinating, talking about evergreen and putting stuff out there that could eventually get SEO'd and found on Google and found on YouTube. And video is so interesting because you can record it one time and hundreds or thousands of people can grab that on demand at any point, anywhere in the world. And it's like, amplifying yourself 100 or 1,000 times in terms of like the production that you could have reaching out to agents, or in my case now I'm raising more private equity to buy commercial deals. So reaching out to my investor network and talking to them about, what we do and how we do it and how we get the types of returns. So long intro, but here's my question to you guys. Who out there do you think is just absolutely crushing it from a content marketing standpoint or a video production standpoint, where, they don't just have a good following, but it's like made a material impact in their business? And, you'd point to them and say, that's a best practice, like best in class, the way that they do it, the volume that they pump out, the quality that they're providing. They hired someone, they've got a good process in place where I'm not going to be my own bottleneck anymore. So I just love to hear a few names or examples of guys that you think are just absolutely crushing it on that side.
I can give you one, Sean. I saw you live in Huntington Beach, California, right?
Yes, sir.
I'm up in Fullerton.
Nice. What's up, neighbor?
Yeah, we're just, living the dream out here in Orange County, right? So one of my buddies, he lives down in Newport. You can check him on Instagram, Creative Individuals. So not individual, but, visual. And he's done campaigns with Puma. He used to be the marketing content director for like Live, one of those MLM companies. So I'm happy to connect you with him, and you can meet him. He travels all around the world doing projects with people, but just a super creative guy, and he's local. And if you ever just want to meet up with him in person and you got a project you want to work with, he's an awesome dude. His name's Donnie DeQuisa and all that.
Cool.
Happy to share that with you.
Sean,
was your question?
Yeah, I would also add, sorry. Yeah, go ahead, Brian. Clear.
No, I didn't mean to interrupt. I'm sorry, but Sean, is your question more like what real estate investor is crushing it with their marketing game? Is that what you're asking? Content marketing game?
Yeah, that's correct. And if possible, a lot more of them to pull from, a lot more creativity. Commercial can be kind of bland and dry and boring. So there's just not that many folks out there doing that at scale.
Yeah, and the ones that are doing it, in my opinion, they're doing it completely wrong. I came up from kind of the Gary Vaynerchuk world in 2013-14 after I read Crush It, and then after I read kind of the Content Marketing Bible, which is Jab, 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 Right Hook, came out in 2015, and I just centered my whole coaching business around content. 2016, 17, 18. And now I feel like what's happening is people, especially real estate investors, and hopefully I'm driving, so hopefully if you can't hear me, just let me know. But what I'm seeing right now is real estate investors are just now starting to implement what Gary Vaynerchuk was talking about in 2013, 14, and 15. And therefore, they're making a lot of mistakes. And the biggest mistake that they're making right now, and they're spending a lot of money, by the way, doing this. But the biggest mistake they're making right now is they don't know why they're doing it. They're doing it because they think they need to or have to, but they don't have a clear sales funnel. They don't have a clear end game where I'm doing this to get coaching clients. They would say that, but their funnel does not represent that. And so therefore they're just putting out just a lot of like just bland marketing or tips. And in my opinion, it's like, yeah, that was really cool in 2014 and 15 and 16, where there was no noise in the space at all. And you were able to really amplify yourself. But today I feel like everybody's doing it. If you want my opinion, people that are doing it really well today are the folks that have killer podcasts and kind of take the content from their podcasts and kind of utilize it in a lot of different ways. And one of those people is Max Maxwell. And I know he doesn't really do real estate investing per se, or he doesn't coach, I should say, per se. But Max is one of those guys where I was listening, and look, whatever you feel about him, I know he's kind of polarizing. He said something I heard maybe a month or so ago that I think is so fascinating, and so right. Somebody asked him a question like, do you have any rental property? And his question was like, you know what my rental property is? You know what my passive income is? This YouTube video. This YouTube video is a rental property for me. It's throwing off $400, $500, $600 in cash flow every month. This other YouTube video I have, it's throwing off cash flow. And that's like, I feel like where I really started to, for me personally, take my, and I have a big YouTube following, but I've never even had the monetization on, which is crazy. Turn the monetization on, month one, I've got $300 coming in, which is nothing, but it's just like starting to be more intentional with what you're doing, why you're doing it. If you do have a sales funnel, what's your sales funnel look like? There needs to be a clear end goal. Just like I know we're talking today a lot about sellers, how to market for sellers. And it's the same thing. It's the same thing kind of tweaked a different way. And so I hope maybe you got a little bit of value out of that, but the one person I would follow if I were you would just be whatever you like, think about him in particular, his actual YouTube channel, the way he goes about his marketing, Max Maxwell, is probably the best in the game in the real estate space.
Yeah, I agree with you. And I think he was a Carrot client too, but I noticed that he had brought on like a full-time videographer. And so that fascinated me. And maybe a better question to ask you is, hey, if I've got 50 grand to throw at this year, and I'm already buying 2 or 3 buildings a year, and I can comfortably raise a couple $1 million on any given deal, like what would you do to 10X that?
Hey, Sean, let me jump in on something that may answer that question. Do you know who Mikey Taylor is?
No.
Go find him on, it's M-I-K-E-Y, M-I-C-K-Y, M-I-K-E-Y, Mikey Taylor. He's an ex-pro skateboarder. Actually, he might still be a pro skateboarder. He does commercial real estate investments. He's a great follow. He's got about 800,000 followers, I think, on Instagram. So, you know, it's not like he's a mega celebrity, but he's got a deep following. He's big. Obviously, Grant Cardone is out there doing a lot too, right? And he, to Brian's point, he's got a clear funnel. He wants you to invest in this fund. And if you're not an accredited investor who can invest in this fund, he wants you to buy his crap so you can learn to be a little better, to be good at sales and to be good at different things and make some money. And eventually he's trying to get you, instead of taking your checks to buy his info marketing, he wants to hand you checks because you've invested in his fund. He's got a clear funnel. Here's the thing with those guys. They're not paying tons of money to do high quality, crazy production. If you go follow Mikey, sometimes he's riding a skateboard and he like pulls over and sits on a curb and he just puts his phone in front of his face. I think one big mistake a lot of people make is they try to overproduce. And I think most people that are into video production will tell you, people don't trust highly overproduced video content. They want it to be real and authentic. And I think that if you had 50 grand to spend, I don't think it's on the production. I think it's on the ad spend. And where I would put the money is behind getting it out, but I wouldn't do that until I have a clear funnel, to Brian's point. And I think that, you know, I don't know that you even need to put that much behind it, but create a following of people that you attract the right people in who may want to invest if that's what you're trying to do. And you want to be, not to be polarizing like Max particularly, but you know, it's okay if you repel the wrong people as well. But yeah, I think that's a big thing. If you go out there, those are 2 guys that are doing commercial investments and they're huge on social media, especially Grant. And he's usually just got a cell phone shoved in his face.
I think, Sean, it would be one of the biggest mistakes you make, and you'll look back on it and totally regret it if you dump 50 grand into some kind of big production, something, even behind marketing behind it. If you're going to invest money, I would start really small. I would test a lot of stuff. And then once you've know that it works,
Right. For me, he's breaking up a little bit, but no, I wasn't saying for like
get whatever it is, getting coaching clients, getting more investment.
Yeah, I'm not saying for like a big video or 2. I'm thinking more like bringing someone on because I've done piecemeal video editors and like kind of sporadically put out content, like produce some stuff on my own. And that has me excited because it's already just shown like what's possible. But, you know, again, I'm my own bottleneck. So sitting down, shooting, doing a little bit of editing, putting it up on YouTube, you know, repurposing content, and kind of like Gary Vee, like I realized like this could damn near be a full-time job, and my time is way better spent, you know, out talking to brokers for the next deal, and you know, 100%. Nurturing my private equity network. So I just thought that was a great way to amplify. But you know, you look at Cardone, he's got a handful of people producing content literally full time. I think same with Max Maxwell, and so that was. I guess I'm asking, like, that is kind of what I'm seeing as the common thread. Once you go beyond these kind of sporadic people, folks who have real followings and put out a volume of stuff, not necessarily crazy production, but they've got people helping them.
Yep, for sure. And let's if I've got some connection. If you want to DM me, Sean, I can put you in front of somebody, an agency that can help you with that. It's one that I use personally. My business partners are business partners with them. I trust them a lot. If you want me to connect you guys, at least somebody to talk to, an agency that can do that kind of thing. So, but I want to keep the room moving. And I think Tim's back. So Tim, we just finished up with Sean and he introduced himself, had a good question about video. And I think we've got Brianna next in questions.
Awesome. Thanks, Steve,
I haven't reset the room for a while either.
Awesome. Thanks, Steve. Thanks, John, for helping moderating the room while I was gone. Had to take a call. Awesome. I'll go ahead and reset the room and then we'll get to Brianna and Chris. Guys, thank you so much for being on today. I mean, we were probably not going to go too much longer, but you know, I'm really super appreciative of you guys being on. Do click on each of the experts' profile, read their bio, you know, and follow them. You know, if what they share with you resonated, you know, with you, make sure you click on the bell notification icon, so that way whenever they are in another room, it'll notify you. And do me a favor, click on the plus button on the bottom right corner of your screen. Invite your friends to join us. And, you know, yeah, so they can get these information as well. Yeah, we're going to be doing this daily for the next, for the rest of this weekday until Friday. And, you know, we'll be covering different topics. So today is, you know, it's marketing. I'm not sure what tomorrow's topic is yet, but I'm trying to figure out what's going to run with Tuesday, like tools, tips, tricks. But yeah, so we'll have some fun with that. Yeah, but you know, do follow me. You know, click on the notification bell so whenever you know, whenever we do these calls, that you'll be notified. So, all righty, Brianna, what question do you have for us?
Hey everyone, thank you again for bringing me back onto the stage, and thank you for being here for all these hours. My question is actually coming from Lori's introduction. I was just interested in her saying that she was able to allow homeowners to stay in their home, you know, without kind of any liability to her, and still add that property to her portfolio. So I was just kind of interested in how that worked and what that looked like. My overarching question, or maybe a second part, would be, can anyone else provide examples of homeowners in distress that they were able to help in unconventional or more creative ways that we can kind of emulate to help more people?
Okay. Clarify. So you have two questions, correct, Brianna?
Yeah. So one, I guess, was directly for Lori. How did she structure the deals to allow homeowners to stay in their home and add the property to her portfolio? And my second part was, what are some examples of creative ways you were able to help homeowners in distress?
Gotcha. Okay, yes. So Lori, we'll have you answer. Yeah. Can you answer the first part of that?
Yes, I can. So if you know that someone is going to lose their home, whether it's a foreclosure, for divorce, and one of my marketing tools is to I utilize my divorce attorneys, my probate attorneys, utilize them because they're the first people a lot of times that people go to. So take those, and you know something's going on. You can find out public record, there's a foreclosure, etc. Make that connection. Once you've made that connection, what is their ending goal? Would they like to stay in their home? Sometimes there's a divorce going on, and I've actually helped couples through their financial stuff, and they end up staying together. So take this, and what is their financial goal? Where do they want to go with it? They would like to stay in the home, but they can't. They're 4 months behind, etc. So you can take that home and basically put it into your portfolio. Have them move the property over to you. You can either refinance it. You can talk to the lender on doing some creative financing, or you can go ahead and get it caught up. Then they pay whatever the mortgage is plus 10%. So you're making 10% right off the top. Anything that needs to be done to the home, they need to do it. I require them to get a homeowner's warranty on it, so that anything that goes wrong with the home, it's going to cost them $75 to $100 to get done. If they want to do any painting, any upgrades, that's fine. You have to clear it through me. It has to be neutral colors, etc. And it has to be in addition to the home. It's going to upgrade it somehow, some way. At the end of a certain time, and I usually use 30 months, because if somebody's going to file bankruptcy, if they're in a bad position, they're going to file bankruptcy, then that gives them time to file the bankruptcy, have it discharged, and then still move forward, giving them that 2 years, and then they can refinance the home into their own name at that point. Sometimes I'll even give them an extra 3 months if they're actively trying to get it and the lender's just slow. So then they can refinance it to their own name. If Mr. and Mrs. Jones have $100,000 equity, but they don't have a job right now, they've fallen behind, their credit's been hurt, medical issues are going on, etc., they can't access that equity. That doesn't mean that they're a bad shot. Take that, put that into your portfolio. At the end of it, we're going to split the equity that's left, or you come up with a figure that you're going to split. They're going to purchase the home back. Right now, they owe $100,000 on it. It's worth $200,000. They're going to buy it back for $150,000 at that point. Or you can do a quick claim, give it back to them at closing, and allow them to do a refinance, which will also save them money. I have lending experience. I've been an underwriter. I worked at a title company. I've done auditing. So I understand different facets of it, but you can really pull that in and do something that's creative and give their home back to them, keeping them in their home, keeping their family together, keeping them whole, and helping them. When those people start talking, believe me, people know people that are going through things. And off of one deal that I did, I ended up getting 17 more deals in less than 1 year. So you really have to, it's all about creating a solution for everyone. And it adds to, and literally they have to make the payment by the 25th of the month, because I know it's due the 1st. I've never had a problem. And then I'm making 10% over that. And the worst case they're doing is borrowing my credit. So their mortgage is on my name.
Wow, that's amazing. Thank you so much for sharing that. I was typing like a bad woman. Thank you so much.
I'm sorry, you can private message me on, but I mean, it's all about thinking outside the box. I specialize in this stuff. This is where my mind goes, and I have so much fun with, and I've done training on, is thinking outside of what everybody else is doing, because we all have our own forte, and we have so many brilliant minds in this room that everybody gets something different, and it can really pull. I do a lot with that. I do a lot with taxes. I do a lot with probate, divorces, you name it. If there's a problem out there, you can solve it. It's just, how do you put it together? Think outside the box.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. I'll try to.
That's awesome. Brianna, did both of your questions get answered by Lawyer and Dad, or I guess I can open up to other experts. Have you guys came up with other, non-traditional, non-typical ways of helping a homeowner out and made the deal happen? Okay. Yeah. I mean, I personally, I've personally done a number of deals where, I took over their mortgage, and then, rent out the house to them for a while to give them, some time to kind of, settle in, I don't promise that they can buy the property back. I'm very clear on that it's a rental, just to keep it distinct. Because yeah, you do have to be careful with, with like if something was to go wrong, and let's say they sue you, go to court, you don't want them to ever have a chance to say that you were a loan shark, that you were lending them the money. It wasn't, they didn't sell you the house. So I do make it very distinct that they are renting the house, they don't have the option to buy it back. And so I've done it that way. But yeah, I mean, there's, I've also bought other properties where it's a short term, like let's say they, especially when they're in a foreclosure situation, right? So I'll help them move. I'll give them some extra money, more than what I normally would give, just to help them out, hook them up with a credit repair company, hook them up with a moving company, those kind of things, to help them get back on their feet as well. So yeah, I mean, the situation when the situation arises, I guess, is when your creative mind's gonna go to work and you'll figure out a way to help that homeowner. So.
And Tim, if I can add in there, I do it more of a lease option.
Mhm.
So that at the end of a certain time, they have the option to purchase it back. If they don't purchase it back, it is my home. However, and all the liabilities fall on me, but during their lease option term, they do have to do all of the repairs. If they want to upgrade the home in a certain way, it has to be approved by me, etc. And anything that I come across as far as costs, etc., they have to reimburse those within a certain amount of days. So I'm very specific in the way that I write it. So I leave myself zero liability,
That's good.
but still own the property. And up front, if someone knows I have the option to buy this back, then they're much more willing to spread your name out there and to sell you without you having to do that, because they feel good about it. Now, in the next 2 years, you decide, no, I don't want to stay in the home, or I want to move elsewhere. I actually have one couple that they have purchased 3 homes from me, and I came in on that type of a situation. They bought another home. They did a lease option there. They decided they wanted something even bigger, and they bought a third one. I ended up making almost $120,000 on this one family, off of what was originally, I would have made $30,000. And I did all that in less than 2 years. So it's really on solving it, always protect yourself, always give yourself the least liability. But on the other hand, add to your portfolio, even if it's only a temporary thing, with the least liability.
Let me add in on that, please. So Tim is spot on this. You have to be very careful about doing that. My advice is not to do it. And the reason why, I've seen it done. It became very popular back in the late 1980s. And what happened was, these things ended up in court left and right. The judge looked at the profit you were making on the deal and decided, okay, well, that essentially is interest on a loan. Therefore, you're in violation of the Usury Act. And he would literally give the property to the people, and they threw the investor in jail. So be very careful how you get into these things. They can work for a while until they don't. So make sure you're covering yourself with an attorney when you get involved in something like that.
Okay, and can I ask, how is it that they could do that if I'm coming in on a straight purchase and they're agreeing on a price and I'm purchasing it for that amount, and then I'm doing a lease option? I guess I would have a question there. I do have counsel, but I'm a little bit questioning.
Well, it's because the judge will look at that and say, well, this was a scheme in order for you to take control and ultimately get their property. And therefore, they look at that as a no-no on your part, a bad no-no, by the way. And so the second you say to them, as Tim just pointed out, the second you say, and you have the option to buy it back, that's where you get in trouble. That's the caveat that you have that actually makes this really a loan scheme.
Yeah, the thing with law is this, okay? We can do a lot of things, kind of like, a gray area, right? And like John said, it'll work until it stopped working. And homeowners, they are, especially the ones in foreclosures, when you're helping them get out of foreclosure, they'll do anything. They'll sign anything. They'll accept anything. But once they get back on their feet, the situation changes. That's when it gets hairy. But yeah, just I mean, your I guess your risk tolerance level is going to help you determine whether or not you will go into a deal like this or you don't. But like Lori said, she does it and she has counsel to guide her through it. So definitely check with your attorney. But yeah, it's your risk tolerance level. If something does go wrong, is this something you want to deal with in the future? Or just avoid it altogether and not mess with it. And so that would be my advice for you guys. Brianna, did that answer your question?
Yes, that more than answered my question. Thank you, Lori, Tim, and John, for your input.
Thanks.
I got one thing to add too, Tim.
Yes, Gary.
Brianna, which city and state do you live in?
I live in Powder Springs, Georgia, Cobb County.
Okay. And did you clarify? Because I'm sorry, I was working on some contracts while this was happening. Did you clarify what type of real estate service you're providing to the owners?
No, sir. I was mainly just asking overarchingly Lori her strategy of how she is able to allow homeowners to stay in the property.
Okay. Yeah. So, and are you looking? I'm just trying to clarify. Were you trying to operate as an agent, or are you looking to get in on the investing side?
The investing side.
Okay. So once you identify your investment strategy, so like the land mogul is a great guy to talk to, but once you identify whatever it is, because there's so many strategies, or like what Lori suggested, then try to find someone locally that if you can afford it and they already are doing it in your market, just say, hey, I know you don't need the money, but if I pay you something, can I just walk around, look over your shoulder and see how to do it? Because you need to be active in the market and learn how to get through it to do things safely. And the land mogul is giving you some great advice, and Lori's giving you some great advice, but there's no better way to learn than to earn while you learn. So I hope that helps. And DM me on Instagram, because I know people in Georgia, and I may be able to refer you to a real estate investor that is doing what you want to try to be doing.
Gary, I have to second that. I think learning hands-on and actually seeing it, it doesn't matter what someone shows you or what the book says or what all of these wonderful, phenomenal minds are saying on here. It's when you actually get out there and see it done, it just clicks.
I agree. Experience is the best teacher. So thank you, Gary. I followed you and I will send you a message as well. Thank you so much.
You got it. Thank you.
Awesome. Okay, Brianna, thank you. All right, Chris, you're next, sir. What question do you have for the experts?
Hi, thank you very much. My question was, I recently got a cold caller, and I was just wondering if you guys had any tips or anywhere you can point me as far as training virtual assistant cold callers. It's not my field of expertise. I'm sure there's somebody out there who has experience with this, so I figured I'd reach out.
I got some advice for you. One thing, Chris, think of the cold call not as picking up the phone and dialing somebody you don't know, but think of it like a cold call that you're just contacting somebody in any form that you don't know. Because you could DM them on Facebook, Instagram, phone call, text message, right? And so you think of a campaign strategy and you know who you're talking to. The best way to connect with them first, I think it was Steve that gave some really great advice on how he gets conversions on his campaigns to homeowners. But when you first outreach, see, they don't care what you need. What they care is what they need. And that's where you need to sort of identify who it is you're cold calling and do something for them. Just straight up know what they need to be doing for themselves and do it for them. that'll help you a lot if you try to cold call like in DMs and stuff like that with people. Hope that helps.
That's awesome, Gary. Yeah, and one of the guys that I like a lot, if you go on, I mean, YouTube has a lot of guys that are really good when it comes to cold calling, like Grant Daniels. It's a few other guys as well. But yeah, I would say, go on there, learn the cold calling for yourself, and and then train your VA that way. I have a friend of mine. Ron Rona here in Houston. He actually started a VA service where he already pre-trained his VAs to do cold calling already, and and so you can hire his VAs to do it. It's all trained by him. He came from the car dealership background, so he's really good when it comes to cold calling. DM me and I'll send you his information as well. But I would definitely start with the YouTube, listen to the ones that you like, and then train yourself, train your VA on that, on from those people. Does that help, Chris?
Yeah, definitely. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Hey, Zach, since you just popped in, are you able to talk?
I am, my friend.
Awesome.
I got some time to come join you in your room for a little bit. So
awesome.
I wanted to sit through and give some value and help out, man.
That's awesome. Yeah. So Chris had a question about cold calling, resources to train his VAs on cold calling. So I was wondering if you have any resources around that.
Well, I mean, back in the day, we used to have what's called a virtual assistant deal dialer training platform. But over time, we kind of got away from the personal training and management of VAs. I know a lot of people do that to try to cut costs, but there's so many platforms out there where they're known as deal dialers, and they're specifically for that. That is what they do all day. We'll extract, 20,000 records, skip trace them. Maybe that turns down to 12,000, drop it over to a deal dialer network, and they can, and this is why I'm bringing this up to you, Chris, because when you put it on the plate, the way most deal dialer networks or VAs work, where they're designed to do this specifically, there's what's called a lead manager, and then there's the crew, and the crew could be 3, 5, 10 VAs, and the power of having that allows you to work through that. I don't know if you're tracking your KPIs, Chris, but when you're cold calling your list, how many are you having to get through to get to a deal? What are you around? 1,000 calls, 500 calls, 1,500 calls? What are you seeing on your matrix?
So I'm at like 3% for a lead, just to get a lead from the cold callers.
So you're calling 300 leads just to get a lead, but that don't mean it's a deal though, right? You're just saying you got a lead, someone who's willing to talk to you. Okay.
Correct.
Yeah. Well, what we see on our side is that number is typically 1,000, sometimes 1,500, depending on the list. It can push all the way up to 2,000 outbound calls we have to make to get a deal. So you just need to be aware of that. I mean, it's, there's a lot when you're doing it that way, because, now what you're going to have to start tracking is out of 300 calls, I get one lead, but how many leads are you getting that will actually convert to a deal? And then this is all your KPIs. And then out of how many deals you're getting, how many of those deals are actually converting to a contract? Then out of those contracts, how many of those are converting to an actual close? So we just realized that number is very high on what I'm referring to as the outbound dialing. And so we went with a company that has multiple team members so that we can get through 12,000 dials in a week, and so that is something I would have you look at. I mean, if you're dialing 300 people, let's just say you're dialing 20 people a day, that's going to take you over 10 days. I don't know if you're using like a Mojo dialer or how efficient, how many are they dialing a day per rep that you have right now?
She's doing about 1,500 a week.
Okay. So that's my point. You need to speed that up, Chris. So either you need to hire more or you need to go to a service. It's probably going to cost you a little bit more to go to a service platform. But my point to it is this is what they do. You know what I mean? They're dialed in to do this, and it's more efficient. You'll get through a lot more, which will put a lot more leads on your desk, which then you'll have the ability to start actually converting those into contracts, which then you can either close on wholesale or, you know, rehab or whatever the choice is at that point to start dialing in your matrix. I'm just saying it's one of the best things we did was move from managing one or two VAs to just using a service that is skilled to put that out there.
It makes a lot of sense. I was planning on, just trying to build it out myself, start with one, get her trained, and then bring on, a couple more, and then move one up to a lead manager. But I'm finding it,
it's difficult, man.
Tough. Yeah. I'm not a very good well, so.
Well,
hey, Jack, I got a question for you on Chris's behalf.
Yeah.
So
go ahead, Gary.
We know real estate's the relationship business, right?
Yep.
And you can't make a contract until you make a contact, right? So
that's correct.
So the difference there is the R, right? The relationship. So what's something that you think Chris could do that would really help him move the needle to increase those conversions as he's trying to figure this out with you?
Yeah, so that's a loaded question, Gary. Thanks.
Hey, just want to give you a challenge as you drop it.
Listen, man, we run into this all the time. This is why we track KPIs, so that we can specifically dial into our students what it is that they need to get more efficient at. And I don't know what that is, Gary, because you just said that you're getting, you're on the lead flow. So, when we're tracking, and man, look, man, I started this almost 20 years ago, and we didn't have all this dialed in back then. Technology wasn't there. Software wasn't there. It was just pure hustle and grind and get out there. But today, it's so easy for people to jump in the real estate space because of technology and tracking and being able to really understand KPIs for lead flow, or a lead intake process, as we refer to it as. That what I would suggest for you to do is this: if you're looking at conversions, you don't know, because here's why. You got to be able to track the lead type itself. For example, we get a much higher conversion on a lead that is 65 and older with code violations. Like, that conversion is insane for us. Now, we look at an out-of-state owner, well, we know our conversions are much lower, and we're always tracking and testing and tweaking, and, well, let's try this, and let's do this, and let's follow it with this. But you got to also remember, your touch and your relationship stage comes from the very first phone call. It does. It's how that phone call is designed for you. Like, our lead intake managers, they're not digging. They're just, basically asking some simple questions. If they raise their hand, they're filling out a very short form. Then that form comes into our acquisitions team. And that is when we actually get on the first phone call. We call that the first execution, to build that communication phase. We don't come in with the offer. We don't say, oh, well, you need to sell today, and this is blah, blah, blah. We don't believe in those tactics. And for 19 years, I haven't used them. And I've built a very successful 7- and 8-figure business following that model. And, we believe in the set and the close. Anybody who's ever ran a sales floor could, help you with that. But the first call is communication. It is gathering information, understanding where we are. Can we help them? How can we lead them? How can we position, for the set? And so that is more important to us than anything, is gathering the data on the first call, building that rapport. And the set could be either the appointment at the house, or it could be over the phone. But the set is really where we come in for the contract. So if you're following some form of matrix of like a lead intake process, and you have KPIs on each one of those, that's when you're going to really be able to define, is it you, or is it the lead source, or is it the flow? Is it the process? Because a lot of people get down on themselves because they listen to, some sales training that says, oh, you should convert every single lead. Well, okay, let's get real here. That's great talk, but it just doesn't happen. Let's just be honest. You don't convert every lead, and some leads, you just can't get them to either at or want to sell at a discount, or are they willing to, or will they even be willing to do a terms or some seller financing? So how do you keep converting leads that you can't close is where you're going to help pay for your marketing dollars. And that's through referral programs, Chris. And so anything we can't convert ourselves, we kick off to an agent, or we kick off to a mortgage broker, and we get a referral kickback on those. So I would just encourage you, man, to really or break it down to micro tracking. Track the lead itself from where it came from, how it entered your process, what the communication phase was like, and then you'll start to see as you break them up out of what lead types are converting at a higher rate, what lead types are more profitable. And when you start doing that in your business using virtual assistants too, because it's the same method, you're basically sending them a list of lead types, you're going to start to see which ones you need to pour more money into, or go broader, or even go into other markets because you've dialed it into a better lead source.
Dude, that was awesome, man. I saw Chris dropped out. I hope he got the rest of it. Sure, he gets that micro. What did you call it? Micro what?
We break it down into micro list targeting. So we do everything in micros. So we do direct mail in micro list targeting. We do audiences in Facebook in micro lists. Like, we can take one audience and, well, I'm not going to get into Facebook, but we just do everything in micro. And the only reason we do that is because a lot of people just, when they're trying to track stuff, they don't truly know. They're just tracking like a big bucket of matrices, but inside that bucket, you could have all different types of lead sources, and you could be misleading by saying, look, there's one in that bucket that's a gold mine, and you're not dialing in on it because you're tracking your matrix on the overall lead sources instead of per lead source. I'm sure Steve could chime in on that too. He's great at this.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I just was on a call, so I bounced in. I missed part of it, so I don't want to speak out of turn. But from what I heard, though, you just nailed it, Zach.
Thanks, brother.
Awesome. All right, so we're gonna wrap this call up, and I'm gonna before we end the call, I'm gonna have Zach, leave us with something really awesome, really powerful. But before we go to Zach, I just want to thank everybody, thank all the all the experts that are on the panels with us there, all the speakers that are on the panels today. You guys been absolutely phenomenal. Really appreciate you putting your hearts and soul out to contribute to our listeners, to our audience on the line here. And everyone, thank you so much for being here. We have been here for now, gosh, I don't know, 4.5 hours. So it's been absolutely amazing. So thank you so much. Make sure you click on the pretty faces of each of our speakers. Follow them. Check out the bio.
I have a pretty face.
Yes.
Beauty's on the inside, Zach.
Yes. So follow them. Click on the notification bell so that way when they are speaking in another room, it will notify you. So definitely we'll be back on at 9:00 tomorrow. So stay tuned for that as well. So Zach, you have the floor, buddy. Give us something super, super powerful to walk away with today.
Oh man, I wish I'd have been hanging a lot longer, than I would have known where this whole room was kind of positioned in their mindset. But, honestly, guys, you got some powerhouses on this panel, and if you really just pay attention to what they say and how they say it and their passion, at the end of the day, this business, whether it's real estate or any other business, takes courage. It takes courage within to believe in you, believe that you have the ability and the right to go out and change your life. And you have the right to put your footprint in this market. No matter if you're brand new, seasoned, and you're starting over again. I was 24 years old when I jumped into this space, and everybody laughed at me, and the big boys in the market were trying to, push me out. But, I just stood my ground. I kept grinding in the background, as they say. And I said, you know what? I'm going to sneak up. They're never going to see me coming. Just remember, this is your journey. This is your journey. Don't be worrying about somebody's chapter 40 or somebody's chapter 50. If me talking about KPIs and tracking was over your head, then just throw that out. Focus on your next chapter. If you're on chapter 4, get to chapter 5. When you hit chapter 5, get to chapter 6 and stay in that grind. And I promise you, you'll wake up one day and you'll look back and you'll thank yourself for putting the effort in, having the confidence and the belief in yourself to get in this game and do it. That's Zach would Be a Real Estate Boss.
That's right. When's your next Be a Real Estate Boss show, Zach?
Hit my profile, hit my Instagram. There's a big one posted there. It's tomorrow, and I think it's right at the same time as yours.
Awesome. We'll have some fun.
Hey, there's more than enough room for
I know,
you can bounce back and forth.
So
bounce back and forth
tomorrow Eastern time. So it's 10:30 Central time, or 9:30 Central, 10:30 Eastern. So, but hit my Instagram, guys. You'll see it over there. There's a link, and anyways, it's on my Instagram.
Awesome.
Zach, what's the best way to chat with you outside of this, more of a one-on-one level?
Hit me in the DM, man. Just shoot it over. I heard you in a room the other night. You got passion, man. You got a lot of fire. So appreciate you being in here too, man.
I appreciate it. Thanks again, Tim, for everything and letting us come up here on the stage and stuff. I've been kind of cutting in and out. I'm over here still on vacation, but Zach, you kind of hit the nail on the head, because I started out, early, and exactly what you said, just, really, really hit home for me about don't worry about all the big dogs and stuff like that, because I'm an up and coming entrepreneur and I'm cranking along. And so I needed to hear that, and I appreciate that. So I'd love to chat with you more. And then also, Tim, once again, thank you for everything. And I appreciate everybody's knowledge, Gary, Steve, Brian, Carrie, everybody. So I'm going to hop off here. And then, Tim, I've got some stuff I want to chat with you about too, separately from me.
Sounds good, Brent. Awesome.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Liana, you were going to say something?
Yeah, I just wanted to say something real quick. Last night when I was on with Brian and Steve, and I had asked a question and they answered it, and I sat on what they said, and I just wanted to say thanks I guess it just made sense to me. So like today I woke up and like, okay, now I know what I need to do. So yeah, I just wanted to say thank you.
That's awesome.
And Steve, I didn't realize that who you are. I know who you are now. After you emailed me, I was like, oh my gosh, how did I not put 2 and 2 together?
Yeah,
Killer, man.
Leanna and I talked like 6 or 8 months ago. One of our business partners.
Yeah, I don't know why I didn't put 2 and 2 together, but I got it now. So yeah, no, I really appreciate just the tidbit of information. Just made me I guess clear my mind a little bit. And we all have stuff going on, right? Like I got big stuff going on in my house, but I realize I can't, rely on other people. I just have to push through it. So I really just appreciate.
That's all the more reason why you got to make it happen. Right?
Of course, yeah.
Because of that stuff, not in spite of, because of it.
Right? Yeah, totally. My kids, my why, and it's just been tough, right? Life is tough sometimes, but I have a way clearer mind today. So I guess it was just I needed somebody else to say it a different way and for it to make sense. Sorry, my children. Just to make it make sense, So cool.
Awesome.
Anyways, thank you so much. I appreciate you guys.
Okay, Liana, thank you. Awesome. All righty, everybody. And so for the show notes of this whole event, the tools, the tips and the tricks and resources that have been shared, we're going to be posting that in our Facebook group. So go to reimastermind.club, reimastermind.club, join the group, and then we'll be sharing the notes in there. So thank you so much. See you later, everybody.
See you guys. Take care.
Thank you, Tim. Take care.
Bye, guys. Thanks, Tim.
Bye. Thanks guys. Bye.
Bye.
Whew. What's up, brother? Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay, well, yeah, I really appreciate that. Definitely tell AG. I'll send him some cookies for that. That's really awesome that he spoke of me that way. That's really awesome. So what is it that you're looking for? I'm assuming you're trying to grow your education business, your coaching business, or what exactly are you looking for? Okay. Right. Yeah, no, I don't doubt that. Like that, I don't doubt. For sure, you can sell. For sure, you can sell. So they are different audience when it comes to training an investor. You have the complete newbie investors, never done a deal before. You have the intermediate, maybe done a couple of deals, but nothing that's consistent day in day out doing deals. And then you have the higher level guys that are already $100,000 a year, maybe, yeah, 10 plus deals a year, something like that. And they're looking to expand to the seven figures. So which of, so different different audience have different nuances to them. Obviously the newbies are the ones that, there's the most amount of them, right? And and then the ones that are looking to scale 100,000 on up, there's less of them, and there's also they're typically they're typically like have a lot of the systems in place already, and so which one of those levels are you looking to serve?
flipping houses or flipping oil and gas. Just having my hands in all different things, but not really organized.
Mm-hmm.
So this last year, towards the end, I took on some of my team members, and I took on some people that it took me a very, very, very long time to find me my COO, my right hand guy. That because I'm a visionary and
Mm-hmm.
he is a delegator and an integrator. And hey, I took AG's advice. He said you can't have two visionaries. You know, you're the visionary. You need to find somebody that can take what you're saying and break it down. And I've got that guy. And everything that I've been doing has been great as far as scalability. So here's what I was thinking this year. I negotiated about an $8,000 office space in a Woodland down to $2,000 a month. And then I was able to negotiate with the owner of the building directly a construction contract to go in there and make his building from like a class, increase the value of the property basically.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm getting my risk free. But what I was going to do is I'm building out a badass office. And one of the rooms is a coaching room, and one of the rooms is like for shared workspace. And one of the rooms is completely just for having a good time. It's got a ping pong table, very, very nice and modern, and it's got PlayStation. It's got stuff you can check out. So I have people that are going to drive to want to be hanging around because you're going to be around successful people. And so I wanted to create something